I'm live. Am I live? I need the okie doke from people. Give me a Y if I'm live. And actually, if you're replying, I must be live. Five people here. Okay, I am live. Well, let's begin. It is 5 p.m. and this is my scheduled time. Liver than alive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody for being here. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it the most. Today I have three people lined up to be special guests. The first one will be Incognito Society. Now she will be going from 5 to 6. Then I got Greeno at 6 to 7. Then I got Miss Cavalier at 7. And then it may run as long as need be. Now the topic of discussion is this. There was no press conference in Delphi today. Now the media is going to hop directly out as well as people and say it's a cold case. This much I can guarantee you at 110%. It is not a cold case. Delphi, be strong. Because I can tell you right now that they do have this person. They know who it is. They cannot go down and talk to him. And not only that, that has a 2 in it, Lily. Ah, shit. Hang on a second. I got to go get something. Maintain. 1 minute. Yeah, you got to get rid of that 2, Lily. That 2 does not mean anything to me or anybody else. This is the proper, there it is, right there. Copy that. Anyways, in 1 year's time, approximately, yes, no, I can say probably indefinite, that in 1 year's time, charges will be filed. And in that time, thereafter charges filed, extradition will happen, and that monster will be brought like right back into Carroll County. Now, he's going there for his initial arraignment. However, he will be tried somewhere else. I mean, let's be honest. Carroll County, population 20,000 people, over 60,000 tips phoned in. There isn't even a baby that was born after 2017 that has never heard of this case. He will likely be tried in Fort Wayne or maybe Indianapolis, but it will be within the state of Indiana. So that is what we're looking at. Now, Delphi may be under the suspicion that since there is no press conference, that the case is cold. They just don't know. They don't get it. But that's what I've tried to explain away. This is how they do know. And I know that they know. And I know that they can't talk to him, as I've explained it to many people over a very long time. Clearly, back a year ago, I was explaining this because I knew who it was and I knew why they couldn't go talk to him. It was for the same reasons as Daniel Nations. They went out to talk to Daniel Nations. He was in a Colorado jail on 4 very minor felonies. Guess what? His public defender stopped him at the door and said, nope, separate state, separate crime. Go screw yourself. You're not talking to him. Well, what do you think my suspect's public defender is going to do? Do you think he's going to go, oh, hell yeah, just come on in and talk to him? Yeah, well, I don't care. I'm just representing him. So again, this is why I say in 1 year's time, that's when it will happen. That's right. Well, law enforcement isn't cold radar. I beg to differ. I think that they're on top of this game in no uncertain terms. And I'm sorry for calling you a he the other night. I do apologize. I didn't know the gender of radar. My bad. So that's what we will be discussing tonight is the fact no press conference. I don't believe it's a cold case, but I will have 3 other people on here to talk about this alongside myself. Now, if I'm going to go into depth on why, and I wanted to steer clear of this, but Incognito has yet to show up, so there's a little time to kill here. But she said she would be here at 5 or shortly after the hour. When my suspect was arrested for the Catholic supply stores in Missouri, his fingerprints came back as the unknowns for Delphi. And that's why they reached Delphi on the telephone. That's why they told him, look, we had a man that was here. He was arrested. Hang on 1 second. Let me go pull that up. He was arrested. And he looks like your guy. The sketch. Oh, hang on. I don't want to go there so much. I need to pull up. Okay, and not that. Well, screw it. Because right down here at the bottom, this was the clothes that he was wearing, people. Right there. Now, that's from St. Louis Police Department. Good afternoon. As we continue to investigate the homicide and assault here in a more detailed description of the suspect is a white male, 5'7" to 5'9", 40 to 50 years of age. At the time of the incident, he was wearing a navy blue Carhartt style work jacket, a plaid shirt, red, white, and black in color, glasses, a brown belt, and a red and blue square on the clasp or clip of the belt, and a hat described below. Now, if you can see this kind of hat, if not, I will blow it up. This is the style hat that Bridge Guy was wearing. It was a flat cap, not like mine where it's done like this, but more just a, I guess you call that like an Ivy League. Now, in here, they did add the Carhartt. I want to point that out. Now, it definitely was not a Carhartt, and I don't think that it was a zip down. I think that we would have seen that. I think it was a button up. That's why they said Carhartt style. But they did add the Carhartt jacket. Now, oh, crap. Okay. Hey, you know what? How you doing, Katie? Oh, well, you know what? Have a safe trip home. Honestly, I'm still waiting for Incognito. I'm hoping she won't be late. I did say 5. I did tell her 5. Anybody that can reach her, please tell her I'm on. Just be all like he's on now and he's waiting for you. So that is the essence of what we're going to be talking about. Now, I want Delphi to be strong on this. I mean, I realize that 3 years, especially given the evidence that they have. Look, man, they got video of the guy. They got audio of the guy. They got DNA of the guy. I believe they have fingerprints of the guy. They got 2 people that seen the man. You know, there is no way that he's walking out of here scot-free. And that is the weight. Because, look, let's say they went down there, man, and they got turned away. They said, no, man, carry on. You know, you ain't talking to him. Well, they can't press charges. You got to understand that. Everybody and their brother says, no, if they got DNA, they wouldn't press charges. You're an idiot. What the hell are you on? What? Huh? Do you not watch CSI? They solved that shit in an hour, pal. You idiot. Good Lord, Katt. My God. And you got people out there believing you're right. Well, there it is. Oh, you're trying to call me. I see. Please do now. Thank you. I had the ringer turned off because I was waiting for you. Okay, please call now, Incog. We are waiting for Incog, who I was in hope of would be on my show. Ah, that must be her now. Let's see. Hello. Hey, how you doing? Well, you know what? I'm hanging in there. Hang on. I'm putting you on live. Okay. Okay. Carry on.
The link, there was no link in that email, and I didn't notice it last night to join live.
Hold on. Sending now. Sending to you right this minute.
Okay.
Just maintain, because see, normally, and I did that twice last night, I did the identical. I mean, I sent one to Miss Cavalier and okay. And after doing so, I realized, gee, I didn't even put the link in there.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like, hey, here's the link. Whoa, and send. Then I'm like, crap, man. I did it again.
Yeah, and I didn't notice it last night, or I would have been like, hey, it's not there. You know, so I get home, log in, I'm like, ah, crap.
Well, that would have been cool. That would have been very, very cool. Hey, man, for a delightful soda, please try Dr. Topper. You know what? It's a delightful soda. And I'm not just saying that.
Just a little plug.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. And they owe me money.
Right.
Okay, I'm
But you
going.
have a lot of
I'm
money.
going to title this LL, and that's for live link. And this is the live link. Please join me.
Okay, will do.
It
I'll
is
skip you.
sent. So tell me when it arrives.
Okay. Waiting patiently. Waiting patiently.
Yeah, it's cool. Just hang in there. It'll be right there.
Ah, there it is.
Aha! Yes.
Okay,
Look
I
at me
will
go.
see you live here in a second.
All right, man. I will be waiting for you. Peace.
Okay.
All right, now, Benjamin Green. Don't call me Mikey. That belongs to a little kid that was on a live cereal commercial. If you was me and you had to go through the hell that I had to go through in school, if you had to beat the people's ass that I had to beat, well, you know what? You'd be a damn good fighter. But yeah, Mikey, no. Don't play. All right, waiting. Phoebe Beach. You know what? Cute puppy. Very cute puppy. I put Wolfini's bedroom for this show. No, you know what? You see, and that is exactly where it went wrong, Tony. It's not give it to Mikey. He eats everything. It's hey, let's give it to Mikey. He won't eat anything. But Mikey liked it. And everybody and their half brother got that wrong. It is not Mikey eats everything. It was Mikey didn't eat anything. Mikey didn't like shit. And they damn sure didn't think that he was going to like live cereal. But that little bastard, he sure the hell did. And run my effing life. If I had my hands on him. Aha. Now, everybody, maintain. Incognito.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, I see. I had to be on. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You know,
How are
I killed it so they could see the background, but no, man, you couldn't even speak.
I know. How are you guys?
Everything. Exactly. Thank you, Phoebe. No, that's exactly right. That's exactly the way it went. And you know what? Other people will blame that on the Mandela effect. You watch. They go, no, I remember exactly how it went. No, it's because you guys repeated it wrong forever. All right, so the subject matter here is this. There was no press conference, okay?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now, I don't want people to believe that the case is cold. I do not believe it to be cold.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
If it's not our suspect, then I believe it's possibly cold. So that's how I kind of view it.
Well, you know what? I would agree with you there.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely would agree with you there. But I am in a very big way a believer in my own deductions.
Yes.
You know what? Call it a Sherlock Holmesian nature of my mentality. But I think that what I have deduced is DOB.
Right. It's, I mean, everything fits.
Date of birth.
What's that?
That
No, that's not
this is not date of birth.
Right.
It means dead on balls.
Dead on balls.
If you guys ever watch My Cousin Vinny, check it out. Funny movie. You know, Pesci, love it. There it is.
Yeah, that's funny.
Thank you.
I was trying to think, what does he mean by DOB? But
well, you know, had you have asked, it would have like really initiated the humor.
Well, if I could have thought where it was from first, I was like, okay, DOB. I know.
Did you ever watch My Cousin Vinny?
Oh yeah, but it's been many moons ago.
Yeah, you know, watch. I still watch it once a year anyway. Love that.
Really?
Oh God, yeah, man.
It's one of the classics.
It is.
Oh, Where's was Miss Cavalier and Greeno joining us, or just us? Or
No, actually, you're going to be on from 5 to 6. Greeno will be on from 6 to 7, and Miss Cavalier will be joining me at 7. And God only knows, she could be on for 3 hours.
okay.
You know, so that's how we're going to do it. We're going to wait until Greeno shows up, and there it is.
Okay, sounds good. So you just want me to log off at 6 when he comes on?
No, you know what? You really don't have to, but what I'm trying to avoid, because last time when we had 3 people on a phone caller, it was hard for anybody to get a word in because there was 4 people trying to talk, and what I'm trying to do is keep it one-on-one, and then the phone call, you or I or both can answer. And, I'll do that with each person.
Sure. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Now, you can maintain down in here and be right here. If you wish to come back on, you can raise your hand and,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So we can do it like that.
Okay. I just don't want to intrude on anybody else, so I want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
You are not intruding. You are a guest of speciality.
It's been a day just following the Delphi and what people are putting out. I've tried to work and follow the Delphi scenario today, and it's been heartbreaking.
I have not watched any of it, and it's not really because I really didn't want to, but I had this and I didn't want any other concepts in my mind before beginning the show.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Hey, did you see the little avatar that I have at the top? You see it? Up at the top right? Right up there?
Nice. Yeah.
I got the little bridge guy.
The killer. Bastard.
And he's right over your icon there, your avatar.
I wish I had a weapon. I could.
You know what? Bunny kick his ass.
Yeah, exactly. Ugh.
But hey, Bud Tackett, man. Donna. You know what, man? We're getting everybody in here. I like that.
Yeah. I wasn't sure I'd make it just in time, but then the link problem, so I apologize, everyone.
Well, you know what? That was really more on me. I should have sent a link. I shouldn't have been so quick to hit that send button.
Click happy.
I do. Right. I'm like, click and done. See there? That's that easy. That's what I call my dog. He's got like 300 names, and he goes by every one of them, but he knows the meaning behind every one of them.
Determining of your voice. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows when I'm upset.
Oh, I bet.
He knows when I'm happy. That motherfucker knows when I'm sleeping.
Oh my gosh. My dog started hearing the battery go bad in the fire alarm, and now it hides behind the couch. If any little high-pitched squeal starts to happen, hiding behind the couch.
Bam. You know what? It is cool that you mentioned it on his channel, but then again, I mean, I don't go to their channels to mention it. I don't even drop it in comments because, I mean, everybody is entitled to what it is that they believe. And I believe that. I definitely believe that. Hey, man, there's people that think it's the sheriff, man. You know what? Go believe, man. Believe that. That's fine. That's cool, man. I don't care. But, man, don't come up here and tell me it ain't my suspect and then give me crap reasons. That'll get you off my channel in a second.
Right. Exactly. I like GH, but I can't stand it when he's just ranting and raving. It's like, oh, good grief.
You know what? I mean, I have in the past watched his channel when Greeno was here, and that's going back over a year ago. And I like the way that he does his videos. I mean, he's very knowledgeable in his editing, and I really like the way that he does that. And I give him his props for that. But at the same time, him and I are not on the same page suspect-wise. So I wish not to get into it with him unless he wants to come on and debate me one-on-one concerning, then I would be open to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've seen him say it's not. It's just, I think there's just too much time that's lapsed. So he just assumes, I don't know.
Well, apparently even though he's banned, he is not watching my channel because I have explained every inch of that.
Yeah. You guys were you guys were the first ones on the case and just gave a bird's eye view to everything. So I know it takes its toll on you. It takes its toll on Greeno. It takes its toll on him.
Well, it is not taking its toll on Greeno.
No?
Well, how could it? I mean, he's not, he doesn't have a person of interest. I mean, my point is that he's free to go investigate this case, do the interviews that he wishes to do, and keep it like that. That should not affect him any. You know, I think that the lowdown is probably that there isn't a person of interest that he feels is a person of interest. And maybe that gets old, but at the same time, he can keep his material fresh.
Yeah, it does get old after a while when you're not on the track that we are. It does not give you any hope. And I think that takes its toll.
Christy Bryant said, I wonder if it was the close from that day. And yes, I do believe that it is. Now she's talking about, you wasn't here at that time. Maintain a second, but keep talking, please.
No,
just talk.
I was done. But we'll continue on.
Keep talking.
No, I was just saying that with GH, you and Greeno, you guys were the first ones on the case, really. I mean, if we didn't have you guys and there was no YouTube community following this case, I said it the other night, where would this case really be? They don't want to give YouTubers credit. Oh, by the way, John Kelly dropped another video today about Abby and Libby.
Oh, John Kelly profiler?
Yeah.
Did he? Well, you know what? I will probably go and watch that.
Yeah, he and don't quote me, but it was something to the effect of the ones that are following this case and doing YouTube videos and things and trying to come up with something will be the ones that end up solving it. And I've always said that from the beginning.
Yeah, because he knows I done got it solved. No, I have explained that to him in no uncertain terms and even gave him my information. And I'm pretty sure that that's what he's standing on. Because in the last one, man, I did call him kind of an embarrassment.
Oh, geez.
Well, look, man, he's a high time profiler, okay? And he's out there going, well, and the girls had said, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Hello? Hey, pretty good. Who's this? Oh, would you like to be on live? Well, you're not going to be on the screen. You'll just be live on the phone. Well, you know what? You got to say. Oh, you got it. Well, may I put you on live so that we're not sitting here speaking privately? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Rebecca. Carry on, Rebecca.
Hey, I was just mentioning that I was watching the video about the interview you did with the Michigan sheriff. I was kind of impressed by that.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. You know what? I was kind of taken back by it. You know, I mean, it was his words. And I mean, I like the props that he gave me. But
it was really down the earth.
Yeah, he definitely. And I like the way that he conducted himself. It was the best law enforcement, conversation I've had in my life.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Wombat. Do you have any questions for the two of us, maybe?
No, I mean, I think we disagree in the past, but, I see where you're going. You come up with a lot of good information, but.
So, do you want me to unban you from Facebook?
Well, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I will.
My God.
Do what?
I emailed you.
You're kidding me.
A while back. No.
You know what? I did not get it. I swear that to you, I didn't. And I did not ban you from email.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but when you said it never was and never will be him, that's when I'm like, you know what? Enough of that. I ain't going to listen to it for another year or two.
Yeah.
So that's why you got banned. It wasn't anything personal. Look, Rebecca.
Prepare yourself.
It was just
Yeah, we
business.
can just agree to disagree, you know.
No,
Come up with some good stuff. It's possible.
well, you say possible now, but a year ago it never was and never
Yeah,
will
well, you
be.
know, I will say, you know, that you know, the whole TB thing, you know, I mean, you've come up with a lot of good information to tie into it, you know, but, you know, he's still not my strong leading person of interest either, you know, but that's why we're kind of disagree on that, but, you know, you've done your homework, you know, you do a lot of digging out.
See, man, now you're just quoting Sheriff Swanson, man, about my homework. That's all that amounted to, right?
Well, hey, I'm trying to apologize, but, you know.
No, you did already. I take it for what it is, and I am a timely person to apologize to.
Is this the
Yeah.
Rebecca?
And,
It is the
I'm
Rebecca.
getting married Saturday, in case you want to announce that.
Do what?
I'm getting married Saturday.
You was married?
Well, yeah, but he passed away. You didn't know that either, did you?
No.
No.
Well, then, I mean, I wish you a happy marriage.
Yeah,
Okay.
congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you're incognito. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I always enjoyed you when you and Katt were when you had videos and you would be in them and
That's
comment
right.
and stuff. So I enjoyed that.
And me too.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's just kind of a sad day. We're all kind of reflecting on the past 3 years, and you know,
Yes. Yes.
it's a sad day in Delphi, but
Yep.
Well, here's kind of the ordeal if you was watching. There was no press conference.
yeah.
And I don't want Delphi to believe that the case is cold and that the guy will never be brought to justice.
Yeah, you know, I don't know any other case where you got, you know, a picture, you got audio, you got, you know, I mean, the evidence they've got against him, I mean, just, you know, I just can't believe that, you know, it's not solved by now. I think we all thought, you know, in the beginning of this, that within days they'd have somebody.
Yeah, and that was my thoughts. That was Greeno's thoughts. And you know what? I believe it was probably everybody else's thought that, hey, this guy's it, man. Give it a couple days. The FBI is there. Bam. It's
Mhm.
going to happen. 3 years later, we're still sitting here without a press conference. But again, that shines sadly on Delphi, and I don't want that. I don't, man. Delphi is a good community. It really is, man. It's a small town. It's Indiana. It's a place where you can go, relax, and the simple fact that a murder like that happened right here in Delphi, you know, that's what gave it the bad.
Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on, as far as I know, Kim Riley, it's been quite a while ago. I think it was an interview probably with, you know, MVP, who is not my favorite person in the world, but was a good interview where he talked about, you know, a lot of, you know, because of the search going on and the large search area, you know, that maybe a lot of what they have now, you know, might be contaminated evidence. Do you think that's making it harder to link him where they're needing, you know, something and one more tip, you know, to confirm that he was there because everything else is kind of maybe might be not usable when it comes to court?
You know what? It's hard to say why he said that. I mean, if he said that the like evidence was contaminated, well, you know, what exact evidence? I mean, say as an example, man, you see two girls there that are very badly hurt. Are you not going to try to save them?
Exactly.
You know, so by touching them, well, a lot of people had touched their clothes, and that is touch DNA. Now we don't know what was done there rightfully. We don't know. But I don't think that people touching them would have taken away or contaminated all evidence. They didn't just go around touching everything.
Simply because, you know, spending the night at each other's homes, or the jacket, you know, that I believe belonged to Libby, that Abby wore that day. I mean, you know, wearing it to school and classmates, you know, touched it, you know, while she's been at school the previous days or weeks, you know. I mean, And then the searchers, I mean, so I mean, you've got all kinds of, touch DNA that, is going to be all over the place,
Exactly.
So I'm hoping
Precisely.
they've got something other than the touch DNA. I've often thought about, did they, test for fingerprints first and that contaminated, what are other evidence underneath that? How does that affect, the evidence part of it?
Well, now, say as an example that the guy, I mean, but I'm using rumored information here.
Yeah.
Had covered him with like limb, or one of the girls with limbs, twigs, and so forth like that.
Yeah.
Well, it would be hard for somebody to go through and touch every single one of them.
Yeah.
Sure. And again, it depends upon the process of how they got the DNA and from what manner. I mean, did he just touch them, or was there more to it than that? And where? I seriously doubt that all of the evidence was contaminated, but I think that more than anything, that has become the biggest rumor of them all. That, well, somebody touched it. No, there goes all the evidence. Yeah, BS, man. I know better than that. That isn't even police protocol.
And I respect Carrie. I mean, I've seen her interview too, worried about the investigation, the way it was conducted, and and so you've got a compromised crime scene, but and I support her. I don't want to knock her at all, but at the same time, all the searchers were here, but exempt, she wasn't,
Yeah.
So it's kind of hindsight's 2020, I mean, did you want them out searching for your kid, hoping to bring her back, hopefully alive or even hurt, I mean, or just leave her out missing in the cold, Which way do you want it,
Exactly.
The community came out, with a, outpouring of love, looking for those girls,
Well, and they were found.
Yeah.
I mean, they were found. It wasn't in the manner, of course, that the family wanted them to be found, but at the same time, they were, and it was too late in the game.
Yeah. Well, early on, what do you think about that? Matter of fact, it was in your timestamp video, I think, if we go all the way back, where you've got somebody that was interviewed. I think it was, I have a news clip where, he had talked about and stuff, that they searched both sides of the creek and stuff, that first night.
What about it?
That?
What about it?
Well, as they searched both sides of the creek that first night and stuff, then how were the girls not found?
Well, it depends on how far they searched both sides of the creek, but they were searching the trail.
Yeah.
You see where I'm at? Hang on a second. I am removing your band. What was your name on Facebook or on YouTube?
Rebecca Baxter.
Oh, so it's just Rebecca Baxter.
Yeah, but I believe on YouTube it's Delphi True Squad.
Ah, man, now you got me. Man, I'm looking through here and I'm seeing a lot of names, people. I'm seeing a lot of names, man. I'm seeing like, hang on, looking for it.
That's okay. You can always find it later.
Well, I'm already there now.
But, it's just if you go back to both sides of the creek being searched, you'd have to, you and I walk that. I mean, you've got to be off trail to get to the other side of that creek. Unless you cross the water, which probably they didn't. I imagine they came in from the cemetery side or, wherever. So how did they not find them?
I got an Instagram. I think it's under WKAT Media, though. Well, here's the thing, man. They had to get permission to search on. Hey, Alaska Blue, do you remember the email? Remember the email I sent? Do you remember how that went? Well, here's the thing, man. They had to ask the mirrors, okay, and they started at about 6 o'clock. Now, they had to go through the trail system up to the bridge, probably both sides. They had to get permission from mirrors to go onto their property. They had to wait because then Ron Logan got home and they asked about his property. Now, if you're heading down there and you remember how it was, you remember how it went, right there where the cemetery is, you got that very deep ravine that goes down one side and up the other.
Yeah.
Well, if they hit that and it was dark, and you're talking about two girls who were conceivably out there lost, they would have hit that and said, my God, man, well, they wouldn't have went down through a ravine like that. For what reason? And besides that, on the other side of that is Ron Logan's horse field. They wouldn't have went there. They would have known where they were. You know, and I think that that was the holdoff. I think that they searched up to that ravine on both sides of the creek.
That's possible.
Now, what I did have an issue with was the helicopter the next day. Here's a helicopter going over the area. You know what, man? I watched Greeno's video with the drone, and that drone would have picked him out. There was no reason for them to be laying there that long.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's me.
Yeah, so I mean, it just begs the question, you know, because I honestly, I've never bought into the theory that they were taken elsewhere and brought back and snuck in the middle of the night.
No, God, no. I didn't either because,
I
man, that's a short area.
Difficult, way too risky, but, you know, so I've never bought into that theory. So, you know, I believe where they were found was, you know, where unfortunately it took place. But, I mean, at least that's my feeling.
Yeah, incognito.
Sorry, I was feeding my face.
Oh, you know what? That's cool. That's cool. And it's all right. Hang on, man. I was just trying to sneak a sandwich.
Sorry, I didn't want to chomp and be disgusting. You know, that first night, I thought at the very least, when they hadn't found them, I think it was the 11 o'clock news, I was thinking they had been kidnapped. That's the worst of it, I figured. And I think that they thought, you know, that they were either lost or hurt, and worst case scenario, probably kidnapped, but certainly not murder. Certainly not.
Yeah.
You know, I think that that was the law enforcement's thoughts as well, because they clearly weren't at the trails. I'm certain, although I cannot swear to it, but I'm pretty sure that the family would have said, look, they know these trails. They know County Road 200, 300, Highway 25, and they know you know, where it goes like east of here. They wouldn't have got lost. Yeah. You know, so it kind of came down that there was no signs of foul play. The girls weren't there. However, maybe they were abducted. Maybe they ran away, you know, as a way to look at it. Maybe the family said they wouldn't have ran away. Mm-hmm. But, you know, that's the way they had to look at it, man. They must have been abducted or left and went elsewhere with somebody and didn't say anything. Because,
like I said, in hindsight's always 20/20. So, you know, I mean, it's easy to go back now and say, well, they never should have called that search off. They should have stayed out there. You know, they should have done this or that. But, you know, maybe it would have changed the outcome, maybe not. You know, we'll never know those answers. But, you know, that's hindsight, man. At the time, I agree. Teenagers run off every day, or, you know, I went places when I was a teenager, places I shouldn't have been, or that I lied to my parents and said I was here and this friend when I was with somebody else. You know?
Right. And there were searchers that stayed out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, there were enough people out there, even though the official, you know, as we call it, search called off, that I believe it's too risky to, you know, have abducted them, took them elsewhere, and then tried to sneak them back in where they were found.
Well,
I just don't buy that theory. You know, they would have got caught.
Here's my dig on it, man. That is like how far from. I don't even think it's a mile from County Road 200 to 300, and you got that triangle. Mm-hmm. Now, all the people, everyone that lived around that rectangle, not triangle, around that area, were told 2 girls are missing from the trails. You know, keep your eyes open, peeled. Law enforcement was going around it all night. How would somebody have drove back in there, took 2 girls down there with the light, staged the bodies there, and got out without being seen? Impossible. Right. It cannot happen. And every time someone brings that up, I say the same. Yeah, that didn't happen. But I was never on that to begin with, ever.
Yeah.
No. I stayed clear of the Facebook non-crap.
Hey, Alaska Blue? No, they weren't. They were Methodist.
I agree. You know, the other confusion is you're putting out that second sketch of a younger guy, you know, after 2.5 years, we're looking for one dude, you know, and now we're looking for somebody else, you know, so, I mean, and that leads it all back to where everybody speculated it was more than one, you know, so now do you buy into that that's the second suspect, or do you say, well, you know, they were wrong all along the first time and should have released that younger sketch to begin with?
Yeah, I agree. You know, I want to answer this because they were asking about if the girls were Catholic. Well, honestly, and here it kind of is. The girls weren't targeted. Yeah. Not firstly, not off the go. They were once they got there, but everybody, you know, I don't want people to think that he only goes after Catholics and hunts and stalks them and wait. You know, it was a crime of convenience. He went there in hopes that somebody would show up to fit what he wanted mentally as a suspect. And there it was.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would have mattered if they was atheist. It didn't matter, man.
Yeah, just like one more word, guys, you know, that sounded so friendly, you know. I mean, and that just sounds like somebody older talking to somebody younger, whether it be a coach, teacher, you know, somebody in authority somewhat, you know what I mean? That's how you greet them.
Exactly.
You know, I've always thought, I mean, there's a lot missing in between. I mean, my theory has always been that, you know, he, you know, ran into him when they first got there, you know, and had said something out of line or something creepy, whatever it is. You know, where he's like, hey, guys, you tried to make conversation with him. And that's where the word guys came from.
Yeah.
That they clipped. You know, and then they blew him off or said, get away from me, whatever girls do, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then went on for their walk, and then here he comes, you know, and they're like, oh, boy, you know, who knows? He could have been taunting him as soon as he hit that bridge on the north side and said, yeah, where are you going now? You know, you can't get away from me now, you know? Yeah. I mean, you know, we have no idea what happened, you know?
Right.
Yeah, we really don't.
I'm not a professional in voice recognition by any means, but I mean, we've all listened to it 1,000 times. You can tell the difference between how he says guys versus how he says down the hill. It's like two separate conversations or sentences.
It is. And you know what? That bothered me when they released it because I thought, what, does he think he talks like guys rather than down the hill? Because it really did have a different tone to it.
Yeah.
And law enforcement stated
down the hill is authority and do what I say and, you know, whatever, more angry. You know what I mean?
But law enforcement stated when releasing that word that I want you guys to remember this is the same guy. This is not a different voice from a different person. This is the same person that we're looking for.
Yeah. And they did that for a specific reason because they knew that we would all break it down and say, hey, that's two different people.
Exactly. And everybody would have.
Yep. And a lot of people
would have, man. They would have been just like that.
You know, Carrie, Libby's mom said something on
well, you know, split personality type person, you know, where, you know, he's being all friendly and, you know, and nice at first and, you know, and you know, now he's angry and stuff because, you know, they blew him off or, you know, get away from me, whatever, and, you know, turned him down, whatever his proposition might have been, you know, and so I flipped his trigger, you know.
Right.
I don't know, but, you know, I think guys didn't go along with that. There's so much missing in between. And releasing one more word, I mean, how did that really help the case?
You know what? The only thing that really helped in that briefing, it wasn't the guys, it wasn't the generic sketch, it was the video. But, and I maintained this, FBI was already down in St. Louis. They talked to his friends, neighbors, and family, and every single one of them, I do believe, because this neighbor told me, I'll tell you what I told the FBI. I can't tell whether it's him or not because you cannot see his face. Yeah. And that was my 98% off the go because in that video, you cannot, even in the pictures, you cannot see the man's face.
Yeah. I just say, you know, I've been at all the press conferences too. I've tried to make them all, but, you know, I mean, so after they released a new sketch, they released a video, and I just kind of stood back there like, really? You know, the first year press conference, you and I and Greeno and my daughter, and we were all up there together.
Yeah.
You know, and I put Carter, I held his feet to the fire on that one and said, why can't you give us, you know, the new gate technology? Let us see his walk. You know, does he have a noticeable limp? You know, why can't you give us a little bit of him walking some movement on that bridge? Somebody might recognize that. And he absolutely refused it that first year. You know, we've given you more than enough. And 2.5 years later, we're in. Like, really? And, you know, there was no reason to hold that back to begin with.
Hey, Greeno, give it a minute.
Yeah, I didn't even know I was on, dude.
I just seen you down there. But you know what? I got a logo for you. And not only that, hang on a minute. Let me apply this logo, if I may. Because I got one for you. There you go. Incog.
Hello.
Yes.
Incognito.
Oh, look at me.
Look at you.
How cute.
Now you got two bunnies up there, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very cool.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
See, I had to pay for StreamYard. You know why? Because it said you're allowed 20 hours a month. Well, you went over that since January. Man, that's 2 months. What do you mean I gotta buy now, man? You flipping assholes, man. Okay, and then it says like 25 a month. But guess what? You got to pay for that for a year. Ah,
Oh,
yeah, that's
geez.
right. Yeah, it's just another way to scam some money. I also got Miss Cavaliers up here and Greenos, and I got my own, and I got Bridge Guy. So now I'm set the hell up, man.
Yeah.
Where'd Greeno go?
Think about that, Mike, though, that, you know, we asked for that, you know, that clip of them walking at the first year press conference, and they refused it.
You know what?
And then all of a sudden, you know, they give it 2.5 years later. I mean, I don't think it would have hurt the case to have given it that first year, do you?
Now here's the thing. Me and Greeno had asked them about the releasing that 1.5 minus audio long before the first year press conference. And Sheriff Lesenby said, well, we think we got what we need. But if it don't turn out that way in quite a while, you know, we may turn to that. Now, it took them 2 years and 2 months, but they did do it.
Yeah.
And that was your question at the press conference, was it not?
It was, yeah. And I don't think Carter appreciated it when I threw that question out there. But,
Well, I know full well he didn't like my question. My question got me stopped the second year. I'll guarantee you money.
well, your questions always do, just like we tried to attend that press conference at the courthouse, and they wouldn't let us in.
Yeah, that she was with me. And I
Oh,
wish
I remember.
Got in had I not been with you.
man, if you would have got video of that, that would have paved the day.
Yep.
Carpe diem, people.
I remember the live show you did after that with you two.
Which one? Oh,
Right after you didn't get to go.
yeah, man. You know what? I was livid. I was pissed.
Yep.
We all were.
Yeah.
We all were.
Well, I would have been in there, and my thought was, well, if they're doing one this year, I'll just show up with a sign that says, no, seriously, everybody, it's Thomas Bruce. Middle name Jerome. Goes by Senior sometimes.
Yeah, that press conference, they wouldn't let us in, so we ended up over at our own little private table over there at the pub and stuff. We had to watch it on our phones and on the TV, you know,
Yeah,
the live feed.
We had to watch it in Tony's car, man.
Yeah.
That was a good time, though. But
Uh-huh.
well, did you have any more questions? You watched
No,
from jail.
I
There
think that was
it is.
pretty much it. I definitely just wanted to get in here and give you props for, you know, the interview with the sheriff. That was a good one.
You know what? I can't release the full of that. I mean, but it was a very good conversation with him, and there was at least some amounts with that case that was kind of revealed to me. But you know that is for another time because we do have that time.
Yeah.
And we're probably looking at less than a year now, is my hope. And then I can release all of that. And
like I said, I respect. I mean, you've done your homework, and and I think everybody's heart's in it, and even if we're on a different path and stuck on a different person, I mean, we're all committed,
Exactly. Right. Well, and that's my whole thing behind this video is Delphi strong. Just maintain. This case isn't cold. They will get that guy, and you know why? It don't matter if it's my guy or not. They will get him. It is not going to the wayside. You can't have every piece to a puzzle except who it is and never get that guy. That guy will come to justice.
Yes.
Yep. Don't give up hope.
Do not give up hope. Precisely.
You're going to try to attend the memorial service at the church?
Who?
You.
When?
I believe it's the 13th, so tomorrow.
No,
well,
tonight.
today's the 13th.
Methodist Church?
It's the 13th today.
Oh, today's the 13th. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Well, it's from 5 to 7, so I guess you're not attending it.
I no. Now, I would have, and I would have went on the walk there with Randy. But, at the same time, it's, I wanted to be here to do this, and I had to.
Yeah, and I think Randy postponed that walk talk on Saturday now, so the weather's a little better.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it was a little
That's
snowy.
the last thing I heard, anyway.
Well, let me get back here with Incognito for a minute. She's got about 10 more minutes. And let us finish up. But hey, you're welcome to call back in when Greeno's on.
All right, cool beans. Thanks.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right,
bye. Any thoughts on that, Incog?
Well, she's right. We're all committed one way or another. And I give you total props for, you got to always have to drag me back sometimes. Like, all right, get back on the train. Incognito. Stay with me here.
Hey, come on, man.
Floating off. No, it's, I've been.
Hey, you know what? Benjamin Green wrote a letter to TV. He is mailing it out tomorrow.
Wow.
Good job. Yeah, right on. You know what? And, if unless you've already got it typed out, please include my name. He knows who I am. He knows very well who I am from the 7 letters that I've already wrote him.
7. Wow.
7. Some of them very thick. Some of them killed my printer.
I would love to have read those.
You know what? I got all of them, man. They're back. I mean, they're on my PC, every single one of them.
So let's talk a little bit about our suspect and how it correlates. I don't want to dishonor the girls by any means. Today is about them and stuff, but a lot of people don't follow what we're saying, and I don't have disagreements with people unless they're just bashing the family.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. That's, I try to keep them out of it.
Right. Something that was said, I wanted to mention about the caller just now, and you were talking about the guys down the hill.
Yeah.
Carrie had mentioned on one of the podcasts, that's Libby's mom, that the audio was so computerized sounding originally, so jumbled that they had to clean it up to even get those phrases. So we're not hearing it. Probably guy doesn't really even sound like that. It's a cleaned up version, whether it's our suspect or not, it's hard to get a match for voice recognition no matter what. And she just kind of confirmed that. And then, I don't want to break down everything and say that my theory is right or anything like that. But Carter did say in one of the interviews with one of the news channels on the little clips that I watched that even if we're sitting here a year from now, still talking about this. And I thought to myself how much that could correlate into our suspect as well. It could be a year from now before we would find anything out concerning.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be probably right at about a year from now.
Right. So we may be sitting here in a 4th year still not knowing for sure.
No. You know what? I think if it comes right down to it, I think that the 4th-year press conference would be the time to make that announcement, because that would give them time after he's sentenced, providing nothing else happens. There's no like appeal or no, what am I talking about? Where they prolong the case or anything like that. But if he goes to jury trial, is convicted, gets his DOC number, usually at about a month out. So you're looking into November, December's by the time they should be able to talk to him. They should be able to get all the people with all the cases in there to talk to him, to get their cases together, then file charges. Now, the prime time to do that would probably be right around February the 13th, and that would make one heller of an announcement.
Yeah, it would. That would be awesome.
Now, to speak on Tim, I'll just call him Tim. Don't be shocked if you learn it was more than one person involved. Mark my words. Well, mark my words. It wasn't. Mark my words. FBI has CSI. And you know what? If there were 2 people involved, guess what? Law enforcement would have told us right off the bat. We believe 2 people did this. But the simple fact that they never mentioned that, mark my words, means it was one person. Thank you very much, Tim. It was interesting talking to you.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
There's too many things that correlate with our suspect, from them not thinking that this was warranted to warn the community anymore.
Precisely, Steve. Go ahead.
Yes, the evidence does not show that 2 were involved. That's right. Not one time have they ever put that out.
Never. Now, they did off the bat say 1 or more, but they was waiting for CSI. Since then, they've only spoke of 1. If they had tracks of 2 people, if 2 people was involved in the murder, if anything like that, we would know it was 2 people. Why? Because they wouldn't want to withhold that from the public. Well, he was alone. So there wasn't another person with him. I mean, you see where I'm at? They don't want people to misjudge who it could have been. If they felt that there was 2 people, okay, you know what? Hey, Aladdin his ass. Get rid of him, Alaska Blue. End his day now, or I shall do it my own self. Because I do not cotton to that shit, period. All right.
We have a ton of evidence in this case. That's what's scary.
Too late. I done did it. He's gone. And screw you, pal. You know what? That's the whole thing. When somebody comes on here with a bunch of shit and then starts going, oh, well, you ain't got no evidence. Well, apparently your ass don't know what fucking evidence is.
Pack your bags, you're out.
Right, no need to pack your bags. You're already gone. Now, and remember this, Tim Froliggy. You come back and give me a thumbs down like a good man. I respect your view still, I do. I still respect your view, and I damn well want it. Make sure every single time, subscribe to me so you can come here and give me a view. That's my demand. POS.
They do it just to rile you up because they know.
No, they don't. I actually have fun with it. No, it's like I told the guy out the bat, man. He goes, look at that, man. You got a thumbs down. That ain't even started yet. I said, yeah, by the way, I send people out of here, man. I expect them to come back and give me a thumbs down. Hell, if I show up and there's 30 thumbs down, I'm like, yes, look at that, Wolf. 30 fucking views, buddy. Yeah. Makes me feel good inside.
Yeah. Well, I know Greeno is here and he's ready to come on. You want me to go ahead and sign off early so you guys can get at it?
Well, you still have like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Would you like to say any words and then you can depart on your own?
I have so many words, but one of the things I wonder if they would be in law enforcement would do anything different going back to the beginning of the case, if they would put out any different information, if they would have put out that video and that different sketch in the beginning, would it have made a difference in how long this has taken? And the answer is probably not, considering who we believe it is.
Well, in looking at it like that, I think in knowing, I mean, like if they could go back in time, I think that the first thing that they would have did, rather than having the photos, they would have released the video. Secondly, they would never have released that second sketch because that second sketch was complete BS, and they knew that, but they didn't know who did it, and they would have stuck with the first sketch.
Gotcha. Yeah, different things. No. True crime is like, when you bring me in, incognito should stay. Oh no, that's your hour.
Well, yeah, we kind of wanted to keep it one-on-one. And again, it's because, when you get too many people on here, then we get like 4 people with a call in, and then it's hard to get a word in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's better if it's one-on-one where I'm talking to the person, a person can call in, and it makes it better that way.
Hey, have you noticed, before I go, that there's been no women in this investigation, besides the family, obviously, but no women investigators, cops, or anything?
Well, not really so. Not really so. In fact, I think Greeno will back me on this. When we first went out there was a woman. I think it was Indiana State Police. Now
Really?
that was at the trails.
Okay. Well, I just thought it had been interesting because you don't see a woman in any of the press conferences and upfront interviews. And I just wonder if they do that deliberately to protect that woman because they know this guy hates women, obviously. And I just thought that may have been a tell, and what your thoughts were on that.
No, not really. I think that it's... And I don't know the reasons why. And I'll put it to you like this, man. Mentally, upstairs, men and women are pretty much identical. Would you not agree? Well, I mean, I realize women get periods and stuff, but I mean, to the point of mentality, we think alike. You still got genius women and all this and so on and so forth, right?
All capability.
I mean, have you ever heard of a woman world chess champion? No, there's never been one. No, there's never been a woman chess champion, man. In fact, women don't even really play chess. I was down here the other night playing chess with a friend of mine. His girlfriend walks in. What are you guys doing? Playing chess? God, that's gay, isn't it? What's wrong with you? Sit your ass down so I can beat you like a whore. Oh, shit, I say it like that. And I don't mean it like that. But the point I make is that... I'm sorry. I'm used to using that word a lot, especially when it's uncalled for.
Okay. I know what you're saying, because when you're just talking with buddies and stuff like that, I get it.
Right. Exactly. Whereas she's not. She's really a great lady, man. I mean, I really respect her. She's a good woman.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let True Crime Investigates get in here and talk with you.
Okay. If you don't mind saying goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for tuning in tonight, and I will be in the chat. Talk to you later.
Thanks for being here. I enjoyed having you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
No problem. All right, we are bringing on Greeno.
What's going on? YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or wherever the hell you're watching from.
Yeah, that's right. Exactamundo.
What's up?
What's going on? Dude, your thoughts on this, man? What's happening?
Well, man, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. It's to the point where it's like, as far as, like the YouTube community goes, or what we've been doing for so long, 3 years now, has come to a point where there's nothing more to do on it. It's not like we can say anything more, present anything new there's nothing that's going to come out that's new, and it's like, it's come to a point for me that I think that everything that's possible that we can do, with filming and going there and showing the theories and walking around and talking to the people that we've talked to and investigators that we've talked to, is pretty much at a standstill at this point until they actually say something more. To me, it's just, It's not, hey, what's up? There's just
There's
not
your
much.
brand, see it?
Yeah, there's just not much more to say or present as new because there's nothing new. You know what I mean?
Now, I was telling her incognito because she said it's got to be hard on you and Greeno. But I said, well, he doesn't really have a person of interest to speak on, so he can keep his material fresh.
Right.
Now, I mean, that's the way that I see it, but maybe you see it differently. And I do agree that we have covered everything that can be covered, but it just seems that you're more able to get out there and cover different people.
Yeah. I mean, I can cover different people, but I mean, right now, I just don't think that, I think that the people that are being presented as possibilities are just not, to me, they're not possibilities just because you can go look at their history.
Precisely.
Who they are.
I agree.
You know, dig into them a little bit and you're just like, that guy wasn't even here at the time. You know, there's no tie to that person at all to this area. It's just the fact that he may look like one of these sketches, but the fact is there's a million people that look like either one of those, you know,
including Daniel Nations.
Daniel Nations. Yeah. You know,
Hey, would you do me a favor?
What?
Would you share your screen and we could have a moment of silence?
Yeah, sure. I got the screen is shared. You just got to go ahead and click it. We'll take one. That's what this is. 1 minute.
Okay.
Cool.
You know, a little bit of, Delphi. You know what? If ever Delphi needed somebody to speak on their behalf, it is today.
Yeah.
It really is, because this is hard time to be a Delphinian. You know,
Big time.
They've went through 3 years of it, and it's hard. And you know, again, I mean, I was telling them earlier, it was like off the bat, what was our thoughts? You know, this guy's going to be arrested any minute, man. Probably before we wake up in the morning. You know, what's taken so long? Days, weeks, months, man, years, and then years. It's been very ongoing, and I don't want people to believe that it's cold. It
Right.
isn't cold. I don't feel it is cold.
It's just, it's giving people that sense, you know, people who don't follow it like we do. And when I say like we're obsessed with it, it's because we followed it and because we're here. You know what I mean? Like I'm obsessed with this. It's something that is just, it's really unbelievable. Cause like what you guys was saying a minute ago, there's tons of evidence, you know, like video, you know, audio, all sorts of stuff on this guy, but they're like, they haven't said, well, we know who it is, you know?
Yeah.
So, but they keep saying the same thing over and over and over. So if there's one of the people out there that's just watches this on the news, that just sees this come up on the news whenever it shows up, they're seeing it randomly at these press conferences or today, and they're seeing the same thing that's being said. Well, we're still one tip away and someone's got to call him in. You know, it's not cold, but we're still getting a few tips and we're still working. And when we're done with those, we're going to start over again. It makes people feel like, well, that's, you know, that's not, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted to hear.
That exactly. And that's where people are starting to get to that point where they're like, yeah, you know, we can expect to hear about this next year at the same day, you know, same thing until 30 years from now is what people feel.
Actually, they'd be thinking, well, if you're not having one this year, the next year, we'll know. We'll know it's a cold case.
Yeah.
You know, and that might be the way that they're looking at it. Now, I do feel differently than that. I don't know whether you do or not, but at the same time, it's tough for Delphi.
It is. It is.
And it's a small community. It's a place where crimes like this don't happen. They just don't. Oh, and with that, I did want to go ahead and carry on with what you were saying, but I did want to pull up a photo here, if nobody had seen it, and I am making a video on it probably tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
Where in the hell did I put that?
Well, I mean, I just pretty much, I mean, I have a question for anybody that's watching this right now. I mean, if you're new to the case, then I can understand maybe where you're confused on some of this stuff. Or if you're not new to this case, what's the feeling that you get by listening to what law enforcement has said over the last, 3 years? Do you feel like they're presenting it as if they don't want to say that it looks like a cold case by the way they're presenting it, but do you feel like they're giving off the image like it's a cold case? Or do you think that they know but don't want to say it? I mean, that's just a question for all the viewers. Do you think cold, yes or no, is what you think? That's just a question for them.
You know what? If they're on my channel and they think it's cold, I mean, but there are people on there that say, well, I don't really buy that it is TV. Fair enough. And I have no misgivings on that. It's when people get confrontational about it, like, no, it ain't, and you understand, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, F you. Jam it dial up your backside, man. I don't give a dick.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I still believe that they're working on it, 12 cut. I mean, I don't believe that they're just dropping everything and just saying, well, screw it, because people are calling in tips. Today, I'm sure people are calling in lots of tips. You would have seen it on the news. People are going to see it for the first time today. So, I mean, they're working on it. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
And that's who I got. And that will be Tuesday. Let me check the date on that. That will be Tuesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Talking about lynched.
Yeah, the other unsolved murder. That is it right there.
It happened not too far.
You know what? Actually, well, where they hung him at.
Yeah, where they hung him at. Well, isn't that where the crime happened?
No, no.
I thought they said that. Well, remember when we did that video? It says they took him out to the place where the crime was allegedly committed, near it.
Well, they had no idea of knowing that.
Well, true.
They had never talked to him. In fact, I mean, like, had you read the book, let's just say you sat down and read a 100-page book, you would know. Because you know what? And I don't want to make any spoilers here, but his brother had said after Amber was hung to a barber in young America, when he got older, his brother, he had asked him about that. And he says, well, he goes, my brother did say this, that she was pregnant. They went to Indianapolis. She got an abortion, was bleeding real bad. They knew she was going to die, and she died en route back to Delphi, and he buried her. Now that's his word on it. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. I mean, but I do wonder this. If he was seeing Luella, why would he go kill her?
Yeah.
Why would you just kill a woman for no reason and take off? That seems a little unlikely.
Yeah, then you got
maybe we'll get to the bottom of that.
Vigilante justice.
Well, it was back then. Delphi had balls. It wasn't even 20,000. Hell, it might have been 250 people, but every damn one of them showed up on horseback to kill his ass.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Dude, the days of Hammer Green.
Now if you show up on horse.
Back when the monster arrives. The Delphi paper put it right in the headlines. The monster's in Carroll County Jail. Everybody's like, that's it, bitch. Start the car.
Start the car.
And grab my mask. Yeah, the hockey mask. You know what I'm talking about.
We want to look like Jason. Wow. So let's see. I'm just reading some of the people's comments.
I tried to.
I've got two things pulled up here. One where I can comment back and one where I can't. Let's see. Is it cold? No, honestly, I wonder if they might be trying to ease the killer into getting comfortable and making some mistake. You know, I've always wondered that.
Well, here's my take on it. It's like, how's he going to get comfortable and make a mistake? What I mean, is he talking go kill somebody else, or just walk into a bar and go, "Hey, I killed 2 girls in Delphi." I mean, like, what kind of mistake do you think this guy's going to make? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that at all.
If it's not TB and he's still on the loose, he's not just gonna make a mistake if he hasn't thus far. It's not like he's gonna tell somebody. And what you guys were saying earlier, I don't feel that it's 2 people involved at all. There's no evidence that would point to that whatsoever. It's not like they're saying the 2 sketches are 2 different. They did say that the 2 sketches are 2 different people, but then today on the news, Doug Carter says could be either sketch.
Yeah. Well,
or combination of both. Yeah.
He said that at the what's it called? The radio show, the whatever. He said the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And he said it again today. And they actually had the 2 sketches in front of a silhouette guy and they blended them together. So, that.
Did it look like TV? Yeah. What was his eyebrow? I mean, he
kind of looked like me.
Hey, man, how you doing? Hey, is it okay to put you on live?
Is it Devil Ants?
Okay, go ahead.
Hey guys, just a thought, and I know it's the day for the girls, but I'm still kind of wondering if you guys have discussed the fact that Missouri authorities have taken the death penalty off the table for Bruce. And I'll hang up and let you wire that out, or you want to.
Well,
you have an idea on that?
Yeah, I kind of do, because the old prosecutor said that he would have seeked the death penalty. Okay, he said, but the new incoming prosecutor, and this is the way that I take it, he was like a TF, an LTF. He didn't want to go that route,
okay.
Because killing somebody. Oh, good Lord.
It's eye for an eye. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually these things are all politically motivated, and, it's all about votes in the next appointment for, who's going to be prosecutor. I get that. Hey, listen, I sure enjoy you coming on today, and the minute of silence, much appreciated. And keep up the great work, Michael. And I'll be out there in May to do some fishing. Hopefully we can hook up.
Dude, I can't wait.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, peace, Byron.
All right, peace to you, brother.
Yeah. Oh, and tomorrow when the captain arrives, I have no way to get there.
Okay.
Yeah. And I failed to tell him that, but he's like, yeah, I'm going to be over in Delphi. And I'm like, yeah, I can't get there. But that was as far as I got with it. But I do want to play chess with him. Apparently he's pretty good. And I like that.
He said he wants to play for hats.
Hats?
He says he's got his captain hat versus your hat.
No.
Set him on the table and play.
No, look, man, this right here is like Captain Hook's hat. It ain't leaving my head. It ain't. There's 2 things I wouldn't play. 3 things I wouldn't play for. And one of them's my hat, one of them's my dog, and the other one needs unmentioned. Ain't nobody getting that. My left arm, maybe, but you ain't getting that. God only knows what nasty things people would do with that.
Yeah. 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 Oh, and so
look what I'm holding.
Yeah. Okay. So people were asking me just a few minutes ago, like through Facebook comments and stuff. I was checking that, and I think someone had asked in here. Yeah, I'm not going to do a live stream today. I did my live stream last night about this, and today I just uploaded the video that we kind of played here earlier. It's got some audio to it. It's just the candle with the 2 girls, just kind of remembering them. Right now in Delphi at the United Methodist Church, they're doing a food drive, and you can stop in and donate non-perishable items and pet items to the Delphi United Methodist Church for about another 40 minutes. and you can stop and, you know, meet the family members that are there and pray with them if you want. So that's the only thing that's really going on today in Delphi. If anybody is around the area that wants to go do that, you guys can go do that. But I figured that today is really, it's not, it's just more about, you know, remembering them. I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than what we're talking about here and what I said last night. It's a sad day here.
It is. And again, as I keep commenting back to, that is mainly the reason for this video, because, man, it is sad. But, man, I want to lift the spirits of people who, you know, are really down about this, because I don't think it's going to be sad forever. The monster will be arrested. Will there ever be justice? Will there be the replacement of 2 girls? No. And that is the sad nature of it. But one thing is fact, he will be in a courtroom in Indiana, initially Carroll County, but that's where it goes. And from there, it's on the prosecutor. Will he seek death? You know what? I look at that 2 ways. One, I hope that he does, because that is what's deserving. We are a death penalty state. Michigan isn't, neither is Iowa. And if he's going to get the death penalty, it's got to come out of Indiana. The murder of 2 young girls, what more do you need to seek the death penalty? If they do not seek the death penalty, I will be there with a sign, and I'll stand outside of that courthouse 24/7 calling him what he is. However, there is a flip side to that. If they do take it to court, and he could go in and plead guilty, and that could be that. But the thing is in order to go in and plead guilty, then that means that they would have probably taken the death penalty off the table.
Exactly. You know, we'll take it off the table if you admit.
Exactly. And now if they do that, then I'm not seeing the justice being served. Because if they give him life without parole, well, he's going to do that down in Missouri, and he was already hit for that. I mean, what justice has been done?
Right.
You see, no further justice has been done by bringing him here and having him plead guilty, other than to say, your respectful law enforcement got the man who did this, and he can no longer do it. Think law enforcement. No. You know, I could thank Missouri law enforcement, one, for nailing him for the Catholic supply store. Secondly, I really have a lot of disrespect for Officer Cherry for letting him. Okay, you know what? That has a 2 in it, Crime Sleuth. That has a 2 in it.
That's what comes up. It does. I just checked it. When you go to your PayPal thing, that's the link it gives.
Well, that is not the one that I operate under.
But it brings me right to yours when I click on that.
It may, but at the same time, hold it. This is the one that I use. And when using that, it's always nice to say something like, for those who can, for those who have money, for those who can spare a couple of dollars to keep the channel strong. Because throwing up a PayPal link, people just think that you're begging. No, I'm not begging. Actually, it's just to keep the channel strong.
Sean had actually asked for it up there. I see it now.
Ah, well, Sean,
he's asking for him.
You're the dude.
You're the dude. You're the dude, Sean.
Well, you know what? I mean, it's like each time, you know, where I get a donation, because I do answer all donations, man. I always give people my respect and, you know, sincere thanks, because it does keep the channel going. You know what? It's like everything involved in this channel now, with the phone, with the computer, with StreamYard, you know what? Every single bit of it's taking another money out of my pocket, and I make a very fixed income. Very fixed. So much so that me and Wolf can pay rent and eat. Yeah, but that's it. You know, I mean, that with the computer, that's all we got. So any donations to the channel, that keeps my channel going. And that is what it's used for. Right. Would you answer 12 Katt's previous question there?
Yeah, maybe they didn't find the bodies that day or night because they were on private property, question mark.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think it's because it was on private property. I think it was because of the location of the bodies, that you got to go down some really steep ravines.
Well, go ahead. I do want to follow up though.
Okay, yeah, I just think that it's if you're walking from the north side of the bridge around to where the bodies are found, you're going like through the woods, and you're going down a really steep ravine and then through the woods more. And if you're coming from the cemetery area from like Ron's property, you got to go like down a huge hill and over there and kind of near the water. It's not an area that people would just think to be. And plus, they weren't looking for two dead people. They were looking for two girls that would respond to them.
Yeah.
You know, for yelling for somebody. If you're from here across the street and I'm yelling for you, and you're there, you would think that you would answer me. And since they didn't, they thought, well, they can't be here because they didn't assume they were dead. Go ahead.
Keep going. I'm doing something.
Okay.
Keep talking for a second. Keep me on it.
All right. Well, also, if you talk to some of the family members, they said really the primary focus was back towards Delphi, that they didn't really feel the girls had a reason to go further away from town, deeper into the woods, that they would have made their way back closer to Delphi. So the prime focus was that way towards town, not away from town. So just the area that they were found in is it's the most secluded spot that there could have been in that area. It's the spot where the person took them because he knew that was secluded right there. He figured that out. It wasn't hard, you know, for him to cross the creek, leave them there where he knew that nobody would see them, and then head out of there.
Well, my take on it is this. Yeah, it was private property, but it is exactly as you were stating. You know what? In order to get there, now they had to ask the people of the private property, the owners, if hang on a second, I got to click this. I was going to make what's his name, a mod. Crap, hang on one second. Keep going, Grano. I got to mute my mic.
Pull up my screen real quick so I can show them this. Okay, so here we are in Delphi, and let me go change the time so you guys can see this a little bit. All right, so I've got a lot of pins on here. So the area that the bodies were found is right here in this general area. Now, right here, I know this is hard to tell, but if you go watch our video with Tony, we actually had walked all the way through this area, and you come down some really steep ravines. From here, this doesn't look like it, but this is up high, and then it goes down a really steep hill all the way down to this area, which we call like the flats or the bottoms here. This is all flatter land, and this is a big hill going up. This is not an area that you would think that they would be, especially if you're standing here. You can see the water. If you're walking around in this general area and yelling for them, you would think that they would be able to hear you from here. Now, there would be no reason to believe that they had went this way and crossed this piece of water or have come up on someone's house. So they really were focused to go back towards this direction. You know, the girls knew this area. They probably went back. So they was looking down here, looking up here, heading back towards this way. Maybe they went over here. Maybe they fell off the bridge. They didn't really know. So it was very difficult for people to say, well, they were just right here. You know, I can't believe they weren't found. Well, that's because it's almost like that old saying, if it was a snake, it'd bit you. It was right there in front of you the whole time, and you just didn't realize it because you had no reason to realize that they were there. And I think that's really the main thing that people are kind of overlooking. Yeah, they did call the search off officially, but there were still people out there looking around. And you got to think, people, when it's dark out here in this area, it's dark. There's no lights. You can't see anything. And a flashlight doesn't do too much justice because it's pitch black. It's very hard to see through all this. So I've been out here at nighttime, actually camped over here on the south side of the bridge, and we couldn't even hardly see the bridge walking across it with flashlights. And to go trampling through these woods at nighttime was very dangerous. We fell a lot because we didn't know what was ahead. You didn't know if there was a dip in the ground, a stick sticking up where you'd fall over it, a log. It was very difficult. So,
Donna.
it was just very difficult. Yeah, Donna with the super chat donation.
Who had put my PayPal up there? And I didn't. I went back to look for the name on YouTube, but could not find it.
Oh, I did.
No.
Oh, was it Crime Sleuth?
Was it?
Yeah, Crime Sleuth had posted one.
Hang on. I should be able to find it here rather quickly on this one, but
Incognito.
yeah, you know what? It was Crime Sleuth. You're right. Crime Sleuth, please say something in chat there. Just a Y or something.
Also, Incognito Society said $10 challenge. Who will match it? So Incognito Society just matched a $10 donation made by Donna.
She did.
That's what it says.
Incognito. I mean, and there she was, my special guest. Now she's a very special guest.
Yeah. So I don't know.
No,
Anything?
Well, the reason that I asked is because I was going to make them a moderator, and I don't believe that they are, and they could be. In fact, they very well may be.
Okay. Crime Sleuth is a moderator.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That solves that, and that was a waste of my time. I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize. But yeah, and again, it was because it was private property, and they had to ask. But upon getting to that ravine, and that has been my thing on it for like quite some time, is because when you get to that ravine, why would you think two girls would get lost and cross that ravine? I mean, on the other side of that is a horse field, and they're definitely going to know where they are. So you probably wouldn't go beyond that and save that till next day, because hey man, they're not going to do that. It's two girls out goofing around, but they're not going to head out that way. And if they did, they'd probably be right at Ronald Logan's house in a mere minute. Maybe, because they knew where they were.
Yeah.
And there it is. Crime Sleuth. Thank you. Yep. That's how it's done. If you can, is appreciated. And that way, I am not begging for money, nor, this right here is more on Delphi and maybe a little bit of understanding of things. And I think that me and Greeno, above everything else, have this kind of figured out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you, 12 Cut Pizza. I do. And I think, and I said that was a bold statement because when that was made, they had no idea who did that. However, let me say this. Mary Pryor and Ann Pates in Michigan. I mean, they're only so many miles apart right there at two little bitty towns the size of Burlington that are 11 miles apart. Now, both of them had DNA and fingerprints. Now, law enforcement had checked that DNA, of course, and the fingerprints. And I believe, this is just me, and I'm not talking to that area at all. I say my beliefs, that law enforcement had seen that and knew that it was the same person that had committed both. Would they release that to the public without having a suspect? No, because that would have caused mass uproar. It would have caused everybody to be like, what do you mean? There's a monster out here that's killing people like that? And what are you doing? You're doing nothing. Who is this guy? And it would have been a lot like if it happened again in Delphi.
Yeah. And you know what? It's they was also, I listened to that new Down the Hill podcast on HLN.
Yeah.
And last night they was actually talking about that. That was kind of a bold statement made by the sheriff to say, well, there's no threat to the community at this time. But then again, you can go back and you can listen to a statement made by Lesenby, and he was like, well, you know what? It's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do I tell everybody, yes, panic, there's a killer on the loose, and have everybody freaking out in town? You could do that. Or do you want to try to let people think that, you know what, man, stay calm. It's okay. It's just an isolated incident, but then you've got the people that are like, well, why would he say that, man? There's a dude out there on the loose.
Yeah.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Whichever way is being said, people are going to freak out either way.
You know what? I would have handled it the exact same way that Sheriff Lesenby did.
I think he did it very well because
now, again, I mean, I do want to point out it's a bold statement to make because you don't know the mentality of this man.
Right.
But at the same time, do I want people freaking out, man, thinking that their kids are unsafe and this guy might break into their home and kill people? No. Because you don't want the community to believe that, man. Look, you're a man of honor being the elected sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
You want that. You want it to stay that way. But I don't feel, and I didn't feel at that time, that this killer was out there ready to take out another person. I thought that it was a crime of convenience. It happened. There it was. I did think the guy lived by. But, the only time that he may have been pressured to do something like that is if he felt that law enforcement was fixing to nab him at any minute.
Yeah. Yep. And
Man, when was that taken?
I took this day before Christmas.
Day before Christmas, man.
Yep. Day before Christmas. So actually, this is the area that the bodies were found. So that for the people that don't realize that, this is the area. So this is somewhere where they would cross the creek. This is that big tree there.
Oh, by the way, and I have pointed this out, man. I think that your drone got excellent footage. And with the helicopter being there, I don't know how those girls weren't found before a search party got there.
Dude, you know what? That's exactly the first thing when Randy and I was out there and we was looking at that on my phone when I was flying.
Yeah.
He said, look at that, man. You could tell if someone was standing down there or laying down there in the ground. It was so clear. I couldn't believe that you couldn't tell, that they couldn't find him, that day.
Hey, I wanted to touch upon what Peaches Dixon said here, because I did look into that. I absolutely did. I looked at the astrology behind each one, and almost every single one was a waning Gibbons moon. Now, I don't know if that's just happenstance, because, look, it is a waning Gibbons moon, 50% of the time?
Yeah.
Unless it's like a new moon or, dark moon or so forth. But about half the time, but all of them did occur, from my knowledge. I didn't look into Mary Pryor and Pates, but if you did and you found that to be true, well done, Peaches. Fantastic job on that. Let me see what else. There was something else that I wanted to touch upon on that. Not on the astrology, but man, that's beautiful footage, bro.
That's Logan's thing. Dude, this thing records in 4K, man. You should really see it, dude. It's pretty cool. And it's not that big either. It's real little,
Now, does that have Frank's where it'll fly right back to you?
This is, yeah. Okay, so that's what happened right here. When I was trying to get to that building out there, the shack or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. I was standing on the northwest side of the bridge, and when it got there, I forgot to set my distance to go further. So it lost the signal. It's like you went too far. It lost signal. Automatically lifted up to the altitude that I wanted it at, which was 293 feet or 393 feet in the air. Turned around and came right back to me.
Oh, cool as shit.
And dude, it's got obstacle avoidance. So that's what it's doing right here. I'm not even controlling it. It's coming back to me because I lost the signal.
Now,
if
you look at the ground right there.
Yeah.
If there was 2 dead bodies down there, you would see that even with that.
Yeah. Cause right here's where they would have been, somewhere right here.
And they were searching over that area on both sides. And I do not see how they weren't found by the helicopter.
Same.
Wombat Dundee. Look at that guy, man.
Wow, dude.
That's
Australian dollars. That's Aussie bucks.
Yeah, right. And you know what? If you got a question, Wombat, throw it up there. because currently at this time, you the man. And how do you say that in Australia?
What?
You're the man.
I don't know. Probably you're the man.
Nah, I think that there would be an accent involved. You know what? I didn't watch enough Crocodile Dundee to really catch on. I know. You know what? They probably really disrespect the fact of bringing up that,
Yeah.
It's like the only thing Americans know, but which is not true. Actually, man, I mean, I love that land. I really do, man. I mean, marsupial, man. I mean, man, that's the bag over there.
Yeah, I like that area. That's
I mean, it goes from like desert to, I mean, geez, Louise, man. And man, if I lived in Australia, you know what I'd have? I'd have me a dingo.
A dingo?
I'd go straight out and grab me a dingo, man. I'd say, dude, don't fuck with my dingo. Man, look, you know what dingoes do? Why, they take your baby, man. They'll run off with your baby, dude.
A dingo baby?
That's a true story.
A dingo?
I don't know if you watch Tropic Thunder or not, but that's real, man.
That's one of the funniest shows. Movies.
It really is, man. I love that movie.
I do too. That's that and Step Brothers.
Yeah.
Those are two of the funniest movies I've seen. So did you see that?
You got that right. You absolutely nailed it. Steve Irwin. Yeah, very true. Steve Irwin as well.
They're actually they're starting to repair the bridge.
You know what? They weren't when I was out there, but you remember when we went out there and they had the crane?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it looked like they was started, man. And then they just, we ain't doing it. Now they're back to it again.
Yeah, well, they did fix that bottom pier. I did check that. That's finished. And now what they're doing is they said by midsummer, they've already started on it, that they're going to have decks or a railing on the sides.
Yeah.
And fix the wood all the way up to that second platform out here. And then they plan on actually taking the trail and looping it all the way back around to Delphi.
Oh, man, dude. Right.
Yeah.
And if they do that, man, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's actually going to be cool. I was watching that. They just did a segment on it yesterday. I was watching them. Indiana Landmarks is doing it because they're the nonprofit. And as soon as it's finished, they're donating it back to the Delphi Trail System. So basically, they just took it to fix it, restore it, and then they're giving it back to them.
Now, why are they only putting the railing to the second platform?
They said just by midsummer, that's what they've got the funding to be able to complete. So they're going to finish it the rest of the way on, but that's what they've got planned with the funding that they have now is they'll be able to do that. Put the railing up on the sides and fix the wood and make like a walkway all the way across it. But they're got to stop right there at the second one by midsummer.
I see.
Till they get more funding or whatever. So, and I'm kind of curious as to where the trail is going to go. I mean, it's probably going to follow the rail line back out and then head back towards town. I'm assuming.
Well, and I don't know where they're going to do that because it would have to stay within the parameters of the private drive.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll just cut a trail back because they do have the easement.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
It will be cool. I think it'll be a good thing, finally give some more. It'll just add to it because now they got more people. There's more people that go out there now since this crime happened than there were before, Yeah,
you know what, man? I mean, because I've conversed on that. And people say like, well, it's such a beautiful place until this happened. Well, I think that the reason that it happened and people wanted to go out there and see the trail because like you and me, hey, we didn't even know that trail existed until this happened.
Yeah.
Now, had I would have been out there all the time because, man, it's beautiful. It's historic. It's a place to go. And I mean, like nothing can be taken away from that trail. It is absolutely fantastic. It has the dark side, now to it, but at the same time, it don't take from what the trail is. And if you go out there, you know what? Remember the girls.
Yeah.
Remember the girls because that is the downside. And it was lives lost that really shouldn't have been. They can't be brought back, and that's the dark side. But my God, man, look at that bridge, man. That was put up in 1895. That thing, that right now it will hold a train, man. I think that they stopped the trains on that in what, 97?
I thought,
excuse me, 87.
Yeah, somewhere around there in the late 80s. Yep.
Because when my dad bought his property out there in 86, the trail was still open, or the train track was, because trains were going through there, and you would have to halt going to Burlington here and there.
Wow. Yeah.
And when I checked it, that's Butt Hackett. There, okay, man. I don't know, man. I keep thinking double ants, but anyways, bridge guy is BG. Yeah, okay, good point.
Yeah. I think some people don't know that. Like, what's BG? BG is just short for bridge guy. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Bridge guy is BG.
Bridge guy.
You're right.
Yeah. But I mean, really, if you think about it, what he just said, like, remember Abby and Libby when you go out there, because look at the missing rail ties. The wood is deteriorating. Yes, when they fix this, it's not going to look like the same old historic Monon High Bridge. It's going to look different. But the reason that it's going to look different is because this happened and they felt the need to make it safer. And so it's because of Abby and Libby, while people that are scared to cross a bridge like this, that won't be scared when it's got the railings on the sides and it's fixed, can cross it. It's because they've done that because of the situation with Abby and Libby. So really, you should really remember them. Yeah. If you go out there, that's the key thing right there.
Well, you know what? Every time that we went out there, it was on behalf of that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, like, especially if you live local and you go out there, I mean, like, you're not going to go out there without them crossing your mind,
Exactly.
It's part of the downside, but it's not scary there. It's historic. It's beautiful, man. And what was the guy named Samuel Milroy?
Samuel Milroy, yeah.
I mean, he put his cabin up there, Oh Deer Creek. I mean, it's very, and Mears Farm, where they got that historic plaque there.
Yeah.
The same way. A lot of history right there around that creek.
Wilson Bridge,
yeah.
Yeah, Freedom Bridge,
Bridge.
So yeah, it's really historic right there. It's, people don't realize that. They think it's just this old bridge, but really there's a lot of history in this. I mean, presidents went over this bridge,
Yeah.
So
yes,
you got a lot of history here. It's really cool place for anybody that's not been there. It's not some place where you're going to go out there and you're going to be like, oh, I'm scared I'm going to be hurt. It's actually the quite opposite. I find it to be one of the most peaceful places I've ever been around here.
And I believe we looked that up, because on Lincoln's train trip to Illinois, did he cross the Monon? And I remember we looked that up, and I don't remember what we found.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lincoln is the one that we had found that did cross it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he was dead.
What? Well, no.
No?
No, this was built. No. This was built
after he's dead.
No, was it? Was it built after he was dead? I thought it was built in the 1860s.
No, it was built in 1895.
Okay. Well,
then same year as my dad's barn was built.
Yeah. Well, then never mind. Lincoln didn't cross it.
Yeah, you're right. Not even dead unless they dug him up.
Yeah.
But leaving that aside, I don't think that they did. It would have been pretty bizarre, people.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Belgium. Born and raised. My father, rest in peace, was a Manhattan, New York City resident. Hang on. I want to finish reading that. All right. Hey, Jenny DeWitt, man. Right on.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that is really cool. Wow, get some really, really cool people on here from all over the place.
I love that, man.
Yeah, I look at my analytics all the time, and it's people from countries I didn't even know existed.
I never heard of that country until I looked at my analytics.
Yeah. It's like, wow, man, they have the internet there.
I didn't even know it was a country. I thought it was a city in Yugoslavia, man.
Yeah, just start looking it up. Like, where's that place, man? Some dude is right here, man, watching me. Yeah, it's kind of cool to see that kind of stuff. So, well, I guess you haven't really kept up on the news things that's been going on. So, I mean, really, they were just updating the bridge. They're fixing the bridge. That's one of the news segments that come out a couple days ago or yesterday. Today, Carter had that thing today where he says that neither sketch is really off the table, that it's not a cold case, and no, we're not having a press conference because we don't have anything new to say. The food drive's going on for about another 10 minutes at the Delphi United Methodist Church. And other than that, I mean, there's not a whole lot that's been released as far as the Delphi thing on the mainstream media. So if you really want your news, you're going to have to come to these YouTube channels to find it if it's related to Delphi.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't watch other people's channels. I do Incognito Societies, but she covers many cases.
Mm-hmm.
And I do watch John Kelly Profiler when he's got something on Delphi. Now, at times, I've gotten things from him. I mean, in what he says, but he don't know any. I'll put it to you like this: between you and me, he don't know dick.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people, I think, that know as much as we do. And that's just because we're here and we've put ourselves in the position. We're just fortunate to be here. You know what I mean? To be able to do what we're doing, to be able to have the cameras and the computers and the things like that. Because remember when we first started doing this, it was just your GoPro.
Yeah, we had to order that GoPro.
Yeah, and that was it.
That was it. That's all
and
we
my
had
cell
was
phone.
a GoPro.
GoPro and a cell phone. And
yeah,
that's where we started at. And it was very different, like Movie Maker and stuff,
Yeah, Movie Maker. Right. Well, you know what? No,
because you had upgraded to Power Director by then. That's right.
Yeah, in fact, I had been. You know what? I originally started with Movie Maker, but once I got the Power Director, man, shit changed.
Yeah, it really has changed.
And now I got 365. And you know what, man? I'm still watching Power Director University. That guy gives me thumbs up every single time. Man, you'd be amazed. And you know what? If you haven't watched that in a while, man.
Oh, dude, I watch it all the time.
You know what? I get instant notification.
Yeah, me too, dude. I was watching it. Like, I'm looking for the thing because I got the 18 Ultimate or whatever, the disc. Yep. And I was like looking at that and I was like, well, how do I do this, man? So like whenever he comes up with something, I'm on it, I'm watching it. And I'm like, wow, dude, I didn't know I could do that. And it's taken editing to a whole nother level. Like, dude, this movie making type stuff.
It is. And you know what? That's why I told Icons. I said, dude, give it about a month or so, man. I said, once your imagination starts taking in, I said, you know what? You'll know, man. I mean, like you'll see, you can literally make a movie. There isn't anything you really can't do with it.
Yeah. And that's where it's really come to, like the fan funding thing that you was talking about, because of all of you out there that's watching. This is the reason that we're doing this today.
Yeah, it is. You know what? It's the reason we got the cammers.
It is the reason we got the cameras.
We got 365. It's the reason we got phone in. It's the reason that we got the information. Yeah,
the microphones, the drone that people helped me get, everything. Is all come because of you guys watching this, and I'm just glad to be able to do what you guys wanted to see this whole time, because I don't know that anybody else out there other than a few of us have been able to do that for anybody. It's not like Doug Carter or Tobe Lesenby is going to get out there with his camera and climb up the bridge or test this and test that, for you guys. Or they will, yeah, but they're not going to do it for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the thing is, and again, I mean, I always make this point: the law enforcement is ahead of us. Yeah. They know the woo diggy, man. They know all of it. They know what we know plus. So, I mean, I do not take anything from law enforcement because this is a common law crime. This is where I have their back. But again, I mean, I think this, even stretching the truth. And again, I understand that, man. You don't want to look embarrassed, man. Nobody wants to see embarrassment. But at the same time, when you lie, it is kind of my job to point that out. They are lying. They are not telling you the God's gospel here. Okay. Right.
But we do try. And that is the point. We definitely do try to hand it out in the way that we see it. And if it's educated speculation, then there it is. It is what it is.
Right.
But, it's not because I'm tossing coins and saying, well, it could happen like this. No, if there isn't something to base it off of, then my mouth is shut on it.
Yeah. Yep. And I don't think that, I mean, really, without some of the things that we've done, people wouldn't know about the dog walking or where these witnesses had seen these people at. So I think that we've given a lot of information for people to actually base their information on. You know what I mean? It's like, well, okay, this person saw him here, and this person saw him here, and this person was here. Law enforcement didn't give you that. We gave you that from looking into it and talking to the people involved. So it's cool to see people that have stuck around this whole time, because I still see people today that I seen way back at the beginning, and it's just increased on people since then. So it's really cool to see that. And I'm glad that you guys stay here and you guys believe us and believe in us and what we do.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Because, look, man, if there was nobody viewing this, I mean, where would we be?
Sitting here talking about it.
Yeah. We'd be talking about it amongst ourselves, and people would not be getting that information. And that is actually, that's what I do. And it's not for money. It's so that people can get the information that I feel they need. Now, the same thing applies with anything that I need. You know what? I could make a science channel. I could make a chess channel. I could make a boxing channel. I could make, I could go on and on about things that I know. If it's something I don't know about, guess what? I go watch somebody else that knows about that.
Yeah.
You see where I'm at? So we are handing out the information in the way that we do see it.
Yeah. And I'm glad to be able to do it. Like I was telling my YouTube fans, dude, never in my wildest dreams that I believe that I would ever be some true crime YouTuber sitting around talking about. Never did I ever think that that's where I was headed in any kind of, in my life.
Bud Tackett, you would be amazed. I literally have an entire book of notes. I do. I mean, like literally, I got a file called Thomas Bruce, and the letters that I wrote him, all the information, the evidence, the circumstances, the facts, my thoughts, everything related right down to deductions. It would fill probably a 500-page book easy. Easy. Man, I hate that. You know what, Chrome? Screw you.
What?
Rome.
What's it doing?
It keeps popping up that thing like, hey, would you like Norton's antivirus? No. How do I get rid of it? Oh, you go to settings and click this, this, and this. I did. Guess what? Still pops up. And so what do I say? Screw you, Chrome. You're a dick.
Wow. Well, who's your next guest, man? It's almost 7:00.
Miss Cavalier.
Miss Cavalier. Is she about ready?
She is right here. She is there. And
She's
it looks like she's driving. Let's give her a minute.
Okay.
Hang on. Well, you know what? I sent her a avatar, of which I have. Let me go pull that up for everyone, because this is her. It's really little. It's really little, but hang on, man. Let me go find it, because it is kind of cool. It was kind of hard to do her dog though, because they was like behind black and they were black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was kind of hard to cut their face out, properly.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying there. Sometimes you do have a hard time with that kind of stuff.
Well, now what? It ain't there. Did I put it in here? Probably not. But maybe. Nope. So it's in pictures.
Looking for it in pictures.
Here we go. Now, this is her avatar. 1 second while I share this here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bam, just like that, Miss Cavalier. See,
That's
it's
cool.
got the pink and white roses with the puppies, and Miss Cavalier, spelt really nice, I might add.
That is cool.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, that's so neat, dude. Again, the possibilities are endless with this program.
Well, with this, yes. And we're back to your screen.
Okay, cool. Are you there, Miss Cavalier?
I am.
Okay.
Aha! She is. Hang on. Oh, shit.
Cool.
My bad.
No, you're good, man. I'll let her take the floor now. My time's up. I've got to.
She is up there. I got you covered. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon, Greeno. You
right.
say goodbyes.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me on the channel today. Everybody, just remember happy and living today. And remember, justice for one, justice for all.
Okay.
Hope that today is today, and keep it Southern style, y'all. Peace out.
If you could hang on 1 second. I need to put you on live, if that's okay. Well, I wasn't going to. Okay. You are on live.
My question is, and I've watched you for a while, and what I want to know, have you had any correspondence with Mr. Bruce while he was incarcerated?
Correspondence? No. Now, I have wrote him 7 different letters, but of course he has not wrote back. I don't know whether that's because he's just not going to write back, but I feel that being under suicide watch, they don't allow him writing instruments without supervision. He certainly doesn't get a razor. I've seen no haircut involved on him. So I think that they keep him under suicide watch and free of population.
So he's in solitary confinement?
Most likely, yes. He's not population, man. Believe me. Daniel Nations, when he was out in Colorado, they had him in isolation because everybody wanted to kill him because they thought he had killed 2 girls. And believe me, this guy would be in far worse danger than he would be.
Well, I was just wondering, because I know you've been doing research for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just wondering if you've ever gotten any correspondence with any type from him. And if he wants to publicity, he would definitely try to get a hold of you, I would think. Sometimes, when they're in prison, they want some notoriety or some attention.
Right.
And sometimes they might do that. So just wondering, because he's been in there for a while.
He's been in there for over a year now.
Yep. Well, you think, something might happen.
Well, it'd be cool.
Maybe he might break and might confess.
Even if he told me, yes, I did it, I mean, there would still be no way that I would come forth with that.
Well, even if
because that
with him,
could go ahead.
Yeah, could you mention the fact that you have actually talked or communicated with him, if you had even?
Well, you know what? I probably wouldn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because then that would bring up a lot of questions. That would upset a lot of people because I wasn't coming out with anything that he had said, and I would probably keep that quiet as well. But I can tell you, honestly, at 100% that he has not wrote me back, and nor have I received any word from him at this time.
But do you know who his lawyers are? Are they public defenders, or is there information?
It is a public defender.
Okay, so he just listens to whatever they're telling him and not anything he's paying for.
Exactly.
Another question. Has Mr. Bruce's current wife at the time of the murders, has she filed for a divorce, or do you know? I
have no idea on that. I mean, it would be my assumption that she had already, because I think that she's pretty clear in the knowledge as to what happened down there anyway. And she doesn't want to be married to him, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure, because he's not going to see the light of day. There's no point. That's, my feel on it.
I did either read in a publication of maybe People magazine or something like that, that the wife at the time, she told police at a, whatever visit they had, that he had supper with her the evening of February 13th. And there was nothing unusual, or she didn't notice anything unusual, or him being late, or anything of that matter. Now, she would have no reason to fib to the police. So
now, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. You say to the police.
Well, the police would question his wife, I'm sure. She would have a conversation with police authorities after his arrest.
Yes.
What? Well, they would ask her if she knew about his whereabouts.
Yes.
On that time and date.
Yes.
Now, I either third-handedly heard or read in a People magazine or an investigative report or something that leaked, I'm not saying how I got it, that she said 2017, February 13th.
Now, hang on. Let me make a correction there. That was on Greeno's channel where she had where he had reached out to her, and she said, "I can't answer your questions, but I can say this: on the night of the 13th, we had a dinner date set. Now, if everything is as I believe it is, then the suspect left Monon High Bridge Trail at approximately 3 p.m. Now, if he left there going back into Central Time, he would lose an hour. It's a 4.5 hour trip minus 1 hour, making it 3.5. In his Facebook page, he says that he speeds excessively. I think he would have been home by a little after 6. His wife was working, probably left at about 9, got home at 5. After the drive home, he wouldn't even have been noticed late.
So you say that would not make any difference?
It wouldn't make one lick of difference, no. Now, that's if the FBI didn't tell her to say that.
Okay, so in other words, she might have given a statement that was told to her to do.
Very possible, because they don't want anybody pointing at him, and especially the FBI.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I was forgetting about the hour time zone there.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking it would be awful hard to get back home, have dinner with your wife, and not have to say you were late or have to make an excuse.
Well, if she got off work at 5 and then had to drive home, and I don't know how far away from her home that she worked at, but that being the case, she would have got home. Hey, man, you know what? We could say 5:30, maybe a little bit later than that. It's dependent upon, the drive factor. But hey, okay, he's going to be a little bit late, maybe. You know what? She calls him. Oh, I was just out picking stuff up for you. Make sure she stops by, picks something up, Valentine's Day, woo-up-de-woo. And guess what? It's just like law enforcement has stated, that they would have a reason. They would have an excuse. It would even sound like a valid excuse. But you see, and there is the reason. Now, did FBI tell her to say that? Most likely. Is it true? Maybe, but you would be remembering back about 2.5 years ago. So, hey, if I did something the night before Valentine's Day 2.5 years ago, would I remember that? No.
She did.
Well, she's saying she did, but I'm giving a different reason. Would anybody else remember that off the top of their head? No, it's very doubtful. And again, that gives good credence to why the FBI may have told her, like, hey, if anybody's asking, tell them this. That way we'll keep it low. We want to keep this undercover. Look, man, there's a lot of cases here, man. We don't want to spoil the integrity of these cases. Okay? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Right.
So while she said that she couldn't answer on all the other questions, what she did do was apply something that took him out of Delphi. Well, it doesn't take him out of Delphi, and I totally disagree with that.
Well, I didn't know where I picked it up. I just heard it somewhere. I can't really tell you when or where. And I'm saying if that wife had been with him for a long period of time, you would think she would have got some inkling or some feeling that something just wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? These women that are married to these guys, if they're serial killers, you would think, knowing that they traveled a lot or they were gone a lot, and they were in certain parts of the country where somebody disappeared or somebody showed up murdered or something, they would have some kind of an inkling something's wrong with, something could be wrong with him.
You know what?
Now, how these women that are married to these men, and they say they never had any idea that this was going on, I just find it hard to believe.
Well, now, if you look at his Facebook posts, and you can still find them, put in Tom Bruce, and I think it's got a Trump hat as his little avatar. Now, on that, if you scroll down, it's got a picture where he's got kind of a, more, maybe a little bit like a sneer. And I forget what he said about that, but his wife hopped on and he's like, oh, that's what I call the Bruce sneer. So I think that maybe she did have an underlying suspicion, not that he was a murderer, but, there is that thing is when you're dealing with somebody that deals in manners like that, you can kind of tell a little bit by their behavior, when they get mad, when they get angry, how they get.
I get that. But at some point, they've got to become suspicious, I would think.
Well, what would you become suspicious of if you didn't have any knowledge?
Time that Well, yeah, but time that, he was gone that you really couldn't explain, or you just don't ask questions like a lot of wives do. I mean, it just seems odd to me that you could stay with someone, living with them for a number of years and not get suspicious that something was going on, even if it was having affairs. Women are very psychic about stuff like that. So you would think she would have some kind of a premonition or vision or dreams that something wasn't right. It just says me that all these wives of these guys that are serial killers get caught, and their longtime wives know nothing, have no clue.
Well, again, they're not outstating the fact, and again, you might see that the man might get angry, the guy might be a little upset here and there, that his mood might change, but
right.
Is that or is that not one of the things that's about that person that you potentially loved enough to marry him? You see where I'm at?
I've been with one person for a long period of time, and I have been through all that crap. You go through times where you have bad times and you think something's up. I just find that these women are so gullible. Don't get it. If they would do a little checking themselves, they would know. If you have a traveling job, if you're married to someone that's gone a lot, travels a lot, which is a very high risk marriage rate divorce rate, by the way, you would kind of get suspicious, and you know something just wasn't right. Your husband, if he starts all of a sudden doing erratic behavior, leaving jobs, there's just all kinds of clues for you.
Yeah,
that there's something wrong with that person.
I wanted to answer this question. Now, I guess that's Phoebe Beach had said, usually police take down killers' Facebook pages, don't they? Yeah, you know what? Normally they do. Now, what they did do on his was take out his friends page, where you can't look at his friends, but they left the rest of it up. And I don't know why. It may be because he's not convicted. Okay, because his Twitter's up too. So if it's the fact that they always take him down, well, not necessarily the case. I think once convicted, they do. But until that time where the guy's like innocent until proven guilty, then, hey, are you there, Miss Cavalier?
And maybe she can answer it. She's a woman, and she knows, if you live with a man a while, you get to know his habits, and you get to, if something's out of sync, something's not right. You may not know what it is, but something's out of kilter.
Maybe. Hang on. Hold on a minute. Somebody's knocking at my door because it's showtime. Keep talking, everybody. Keep talking.
Okay, I just said that I just can't understand, and I've listened to some of these killers' spouses over a number of years because I'm very interested in some of the, serial killers, and they all act like, nothing. Like nothing was out of sorts. Nothing seemed strange. I just don't think that's quite true. I think they're just protecting themselves, which is okay because most of them have families. I get that, but something just ain't right. Like he's had a lot of problems right there at the end. She knew he wasn't stable. She probably tried to keep track of him. Well, where was she? What was she thinking?
Well, good question. Because I don't know. I have never reached out to her for the obvious reasons. I mean, this lady.
Well, I'm sure she's not going to talk, but, she's going to keep her mouth shut. I mean, she's smart enough to know that.
Well, and again, though, but what information could I get from her? I would get the same thing that Greeno got.
That's right.
So it's like reaching the family. What do the families know? Well, the families don't know the investigation, and that's what I need to know. Now, if I knew the investigation, if I knew what law enforcement knew, I would shut my channel down. I mean, I just wouldn't make any more videos. I would keep it up, but I wouldn't release any more videos because then you could hurt the integrity of the case. You don't want to talk about things that you should not. Now, when I'm saying something, doesn't make it true, okay? It just means this is what I believe. Take it for that. Now, law enforcement's never came to me and said, don't say any further on that, or if you would please not say anything further on that. So in which case, I don't believe that I'm hurting the case integrity any.
Oh, well, no. But, you're not corresponding with anybody that could tell you anything either because they're keeping quiet. I get that. I mean, I'd probably do the same thing. I'd be scared. I wouldn't want to tell people that I was a spouse of a killer. I mean, they want to lay low.
I just mean if I knew who did it. I mean, if I was looking at their information and I knew what they knew, then it would hurt the case for me to speak on that. I mean, you see where I'm at. I can't be telling people that because that's what they don't want out there.
Right. But I don't understand why they can't.
Have we ever spoke before?
Without giving names, they can say, yeah, we're still working on some POIs. So some persons of interest are still around. They don't have to give names and stuff. Why cannot they not say that?
Well, they did say that on the radio show. I think he said that, like, look, man, we got people out there. In fact, we got about 1,500 we're looking over. Now, that right there is kind of saying, look, out of 60,000 people, we're looking into 1,500 of them.
Right.
And, so I think that they said that in a good hope that people will realize that the guys out there, we're not far behind him. At least I hope that that's what they was trying to say. Because, look, I believe this guy's hitting a year. I do. And I would lay money to it. In fact, I already have.
Good.
I got $1,000 on a lady from Indianapolis.
Well, good.
No, not good, because I told her I couldn't take her money. I told her it'd be like cheating her. No, I got the money. I'll pay you.
Right.
Well, okay.
Well, right now, I'm just saying, if I was on the jury and I had to just take the circumstantial evidence that I have heard without any DNA, without any fingerprints, without any blood typing, without any of that forensic evidence, I couldn't convict him. There's no way. I mean, he's probably guilty, but, they put to death, I guess, some people that were guilty, and they found out later that they weren't guilty. So, it's just awful.
Yeah, but you know what?
So that happens. So
that's always happened.
The guy.
That has always happened.
I wasn't sure about than to kill him. I mean, that makes good sense, and I understand that. Now, if they question a POI, say, they go out and question, the FBI goes out there, and he won't talk to them, and he lawyers up. Don't you see that's a red flag, and they should keep him on their radar?
Maybe not. If they can get like the evidence that they need to nail him on it, no.
Say he has somebody lie and give an alibi. Do they still keep him on the radar? Because anybody can lie and give somebody an alibi.
Well, the thing is that it goes a little bit beyond that. When I was questioned by the investigator, I mean, it wasn't like, where was you? I was here. Do you have anybody to verify that? Yes, 9 people. Does your dad live out there by the area? Yes, he does, but I wasn't out there. You know, and I'm telling him, I'm like, look at me, man. I got blue eyes. Just look at me, man. When you see me, you should have said I had the wrong door. Well, I agree with you, but we can't clear you without DNA. Well, you're not getting my DNA, but you do have DNA, don't you? You see, and I mean, it's not really a matter of them just taking somebody's word for it and dropping it. Now, if the man fit the profile by any degree, I mean, they could go after that with the search warrant for DNA, fingerprints, anything that they wanted. I don't think it would be just as easy as somebody lying. But if somebody was lying, then wouldn't that person feel a little bit of guilt if the person had done it? Oh, shit. I guess they hung up. Crap. I didn't kill the phone. Miss Cavalier, are you there? Miss Cavalier. Miss Cavalier, are you there? Well, crap. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up there and in hopes that she will soon arrive. But this is Miss Cavalier here, and I wanted her to be on my show. Hang on. Well, then it just went dark, but she's still there. Because she is a wealth of information. In fact, she gets me all the information that I need that I cannot find. Now, okay. Well, you're not, I mean, you're on my channel. Miss Cavalier. Well, Miss Cavalier left. Well, it's back to me again. Oh, wait. Miss Cavalier came back. Are you there? Miss Cav, can you hear me? Man, you know, maybe your mic's down. No, it's unmuted. My goatee itches. Okay, well, in the meantime, yeah, I think it's pointing at something red. I think she's on her phone. I think she's in Denver, Colorado currently. Looks a little bit like Indiana at this point. I think we got a little bit more snow than them. Miss Cavalier, can you hear me? Miss Cavalier, if you could call in. Hello.
And I lost my volume.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering because I wasn't hearing you for a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey.
so can you be on the show or do we have to do it phone?
Well, let me try once more, and if I can't get on there,
Well,
I went in just exactly the way you told me to.
I'll tell you what.
Know that I'm there.
Your avatar is up and we have you on the phone, so it is absolutely, well, yeah, it is too, because if anybody was to call in. Yeah. But you know what? Try it again. If it don't work, man, we'll do it by phone, all right?
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all cool.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Go ahead. You ready? Okay. All right. We'll give it a second here and see if she can't make volume happen. And remember that on the 18th of February, I will be having Michael George Griffey, the writer of Lynch, the Amber Green story, and Lynch, a story of.
Can you hear me?
There we are. You got it, man. You go.
Oh, okay. Because I don't want you to see my dogs and all.
I want to see your
Dirty as
dog.
I am today. Put my
Well.
avatar in.
Well, you know what? You got that avatar up there right above your head anyway. It's really little though, and everybody can see your dogs.
No, they can't. I've got my finger over the camera.
No, they can see him because your avatar's got him on there.
Oh, yeah, that's
Aha.
okay. But they don't behave as well as that photo.
Oh, yeah. Well, neither does Wolf.
So what were we starting to talk about?
You know what I was trying to do was keep it on Delphi today a little bit because there was no press conference, and it's kind of my thought that without a press conference, Delphi should remain hopeful because I don't think that law enforcement is far behind the guy. I think that he will be abducted or at least brought to trial within a year's time. He should be in Carroll County Jail, at least for his arraignment.
I agree. Now, my question is, are they going to drive him up or fly him up?
That's a good question. It really is. Now, they drove Daniel Nations out from Colorado, but he was on lesser charges. So it might be in their best interest if the FBI flies him up.
Well, there's I've seen the planes that they fly them on.
Uh-huh.
And it's interesting because there's nothing inside those planes that reminds you of an airplane that you ride from Indianapolis to, say, Hollywood, for lack of a better destination. They're really plain and they're really, really strong. And you can see, there's mesh seating with cushions, but those guys, even if they fly across the country, they're not served food, water. I think there's enough water if they have to take medication.
Yeah.
And that's about it. They don't even get up to go to the bathroom.
Well, that seems harsh.
Well, too bad for them, but that's the way it is. And when they get off those planes, you can't believe the security that's around them. They're searched before they go on. They're searched when they get off. They're searched before they go into the Oklahoma airport. And it's just incredible, the amount of security. And that where they go in and say if they have to stay all night, there's a jail right at the airport. They don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. I've been in that jail.
Okay, God.
I have.
There one that you haven't been in?
You know what? Yeah, on the East Coast, maybe.
On the East Coast?
You know what? I did time in about every state I've been in, and I've been in every state west of the Mississippi except for Alaska and South Dakota. But if I showed up there, guess what? I'd be doing time.
Well, then stay home, Michael.
I do.
Okay.
Relentlessly, I stay home. I don't leave my property unless I have to.
Well, I don't blame you because I think you've got a nice peaceful place there.
But you know what? I'll tell you what, man. I promised Icons I would do this. I'm going to get out. Me and a friend down here, Ryan, we're going to get out and kind of film the location. I got like a square mile of woods, creeks, and a river, that I can just go do what I want. Got a trail cam. I know every animal's name. I don't mean like raccoon, man. I'm talking about Ricky and Robbie and Roberta. You know, I know all the animals, man. A squeaky
Well, that's
squirrel.
good. That's good. I was thinking that when that last caller was on the phone and she was asking about wives, whether wives know,
Yes.
and as incredible as it seems, I don't think there's ever been a wife, including the Green River Killer up in Seattle, Russell Williams, the Colonel who flew the Queen around and then killed a couple women, but raped many up in Canada. He was the head of the Canadian Air Force in, oh gosh, it's out in BC, I think. I'm not sure. It's their largest Canadian air station in the country, and he was in charge of that, and then he turned into a murderer, and he's way up in one of their maximum security prisons with the bad boys now. But BTK, none of their wives knew. None of their wives knew. And I think part of it, and I think I've said this to you before, is because men can compartmentalize a lot better than women can.
You know what? We have had that discussion. And because of prior conversations that we've had, when she asked that, that's why I was asking if you was there, because I thought that you might have a thought on that. I mean, being a woman. I mean, I'm not saying that your husband ever killed anybody, but it's just one of those things. She was saying that they're kind of psychic to that degree that they have the intuition, to know something's wrong.
Well, and I think I told you I'm divorced or separated permanently or something. I don't know. But in looking back at what my husband did, I knew something was off, but I just didn't realize what it was. And I didn't have a lot of warning signs. And he's not a criminal. In fact, he's probably a pretty nice guy. But I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know what it was. And I asked a lot, and he was not truthful. But I knew that something was wrong. And I can't believe that none of these women knew something was going on.
Well, okay, let's take it to my suspect, of which we have talked about endlessly. Now, I do agree to the fact that she knew he had a sneer. In fact, she named it the Bruce sneer. Okay. Or scowl. I think it was scowl, not sneer. And she had mentioned that in a Facebook post where he kind of had that look. So I do believe that she knew that there were things that upset him. There was times when he was aggravated, when he didn't want to talk, when he'd get that look. But is that something that anybody would look at and then be like, "Oh, he's a serial killer"? Nah. Otherwise,
No.
I don't think she would have been with him at that time if she suspected that.
Well, the other thing that's kind of troubling about Thomas Bruce is that he was married, and he was also registered on Plenty of Fish.
Yeah.
And he was evidently not faithful in that marriage. And that's probably, that's the first thing you think of when something is wrong and you can't identify it. But No, a serial killer? No, I wouldn't jump to that at first thought. But he certainly got around while she was working, probably. I don't think he let any grass grow under his feet, to put it mildly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you real fine.
Okay.
And hey,
All right.
ain't on and on's here, everybody. Bam! There he is. He's another icon subscriber. Like it when he's here. And
All right.
we're missing Devil Ants. But I did send him when I was going to be on. East Central Indiana. Okay, man. You know, you're east of me, man. I'm in like West or Midwest Central Indiana, near Kokomo, near a river. Not quite to the Dick Bronson Memorial Bridge, though. Not quite that far. That's Carroll County, but just back this way a touch.
Well, which way is this way?
Hang on. You know what? Keep talking for a second. Let me go pull that up because that is funny, man. That video that me and Greeno made.
What's that?
Hold on, man. Let me get it real quick here.
Okay.
In fact, you know what? I don't think that you ever seen that one.
Probably not. I'd remember that.
Okay, here it is. Hang on a second. Let me pause it. Let me get back down here and do the screen thing. One quick second here while I show this. Nope, add. There we go. Okay, hang on a second. This is pretty funny. Crap. There it is.
News. WKAT. Break the mold. And sometimes the law. WKAT. Specifically about 12 miles west of Kokomo, somewhere along the Wildcat, not quite Dick Bronson Memorial Bridge, but more closer to County Road 1240 West on Deaf Child Road, about a mile back inland by a cornfield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's funny, man. I'm sorry, but I just get a hoot out of that.
Well, I was going to ask you now, how did that tell me where Delphi and where Kokomo is?
Well, it don't.
Well, I thought it was going to. That's why I was so nice and quiet.
Oh, well, you know what? You could have yelled and screamed, but it really would have messed the video up.
Well, you know, I probably will do that next time.
Okay, I apologize now. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's cute.
Thank you.
To get back to our subject, I think people in Delphi have resigned themselves to the fact that this is going to take a while. And I really appreciated the minute of silence. I think that was very appropriate.
Well, it is because of today.
Yes.
You know, and today is that day because like any other day, then it's about the suspect. And I mean, like, while I have spoke on my suspect, that's not really my intention. It's more Delphi strong, man. You know, stay with it because the time's coming, and that day won't be today, and it probably is not going to be tomorrow. But I can guarantee that day is coming.
I know that you're right, and I appreciate that. And I feel very calm today instead of very upset that this happened, because I hope, and yeah, I pray, and I don't like sharing that with a lot of people, that the police and law enforcement have the wisdom to track this guy down and in a year have him in the Carroll County Jail.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think that they
Because
got the goods. I think that it's just a matter of time till they can speak with him, and then it's going to be game on. And I think that what the surprise will be, what the real surprise will be the amount of crimes that he has committed.
oh, I think so. Do you think that perhaps during the Delphi murders he wanted to be caught and he just got lucky?
No, I think if that was the case, he would have played it a little bit different. Now, I think that he was looking to get over on that. I think that that's why he went to Delphi, because if he didn't go to Delphi, man, and he wanted to get caught, he could have did it anywhere. So why drive to Delphi and then try to get out there without being seen? Why not contact him and say, yes, I did this? Now, I think that the Catholic supply store, on the other hand, yeah, I feel that he knew he was going to get hit for that. I mean, that was going to be, his takedown. I think he was looking at cop suicide. He had a handgun. That's why he got the black eye. They busted in and nailed his balls. But I think that goes back to CC Moore, because that started happening 2 months after it was released. The Carroll County investigators was using the same technology as what got John D. Miller. Now, that being the case, it took them 2 months. What happened 2 months later? The 77-year-old sexual assault. Month after that, the traffic pullover. The month after that, the Catholic supply store. This man had never been caught committing a crime in his life. 3 months, cops called. Just my take on it.
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry he picked Delphi. I'm sorry he picked anything.
Yeah.
And you and I both know that we've tracked murders, unsolved murders, in several communities where he lived.
Yes, exactly.
And I think there's going to be a whole bunch more, maybe not murders, but I think on the sexual assaults, there's going to be more. And probably murders.
I think that you may be correct, as like the serial killers kind of up the ante. And it may have started with a rape, where the person didn't die. But I think that after that, it started graduating up the scale. And I mean, if you look at like Mary Pryor and Pates as prime examples, but even if we go back to Susan Collins, that was brutal. And my God, man, that happened in '86. So I would have to assume anything after '86, if provided he was the suspect in that. And again, man, if I'm going by Barry Scheck's word that he was there at the time, well, then I would think that most all of them would fit that exact profile of brutality and rape with murder.
Yeah, his crimes have been very brutal, and no real pattern, except maybe scoping a place out, hunting prior to the murders. He certainly doesn't have a type if he's just killing females. I mean, that's the limit of his type.
Hey, you know what? I want to ask you a question real quick. Did you get that email that I sent you concerning those other murders?
I may have missed it, Michael.
You know what? I will resend it, but that is something that you've got to look into, because it befits the time when he arrived at this point, and there was 6 of them. And investigators said it looked like the act of a serial killer. And of those 6, 4 of them were strangled. And I think that all of those 4 did involve sexual assault.
I think
one of them was found 2 years after the fact, and Cause of death couldn't be determined.
I think Thomas Bruce is going to be one very bad guy.
He is a bad guy. I mean, I can tell you
I-
that just from Catholic Supply Store. He's not
Yeah.
a cool dude.
No, but I got into some research for you, and I haven't even shared this yet. Well,
Wow.
I may have.
Listen up, everyone.
Listen up, everyone.
Listen
I
up,
went back
everybody.
in some archives, and the one thing that the Evansdale murders, there's a little boy down here in Colorado that's missing, and I don't have an opinion about a person of interest, but it's similar to the Lucas Hernandez case in Kansas City in 2018, I believe it was. And law enforcement, it seems, is putting out the same information. You know, the guy may have changed his attitude or behavior after this. He may have had a financial setback. He may have had a divorce. Something traumatic happened, or he may have changed the color of the car he's driving, or sold it, or had it painted. It seems like that they're going straight from the FBI's playbook.
Yeah.
And not their own. And that may be all good and fine when you're tracking murderers like this, but it doesn't do very much to relax the communities where these murders happen. And, they're always rethinking the way they proceed during an investigation. And there has to be something, especially with social media being so active now, that there has to be something that they can release that is kind of benign and doesn't jeopardize the investigation.
Do you remember Silence of the Lambs?
Yes. I
Okay.
won a big bet by watching that all the way through.
Oh, yeah? Go on.
Yeah, my kids had to do chores for like a month, and I didn't, because they bet me that I couldn't sit through it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? Now, I go back to the 80s, and Mom had never watched DT before, and this was in 1984. We said, I'll guarantee you can't watch this and not cry. Now, I mean, I didn't cry, don't take me wrong, but my mom is a different woman. She was a woman, So we're sitting there, man, and we're all staring at her at the right time, man. And she wasn't crying. She goes, well, you know what? I probably would have at least got a tear in my eye if you guys weren't staring at me, But anyway, in that movie, when the girl was abducted, her mom went on. Now, the FBI had already pre-wrote what she was going to say. Now, after she said that, they said, okay, I like the way they set that up because it involves the family and it makes her look like more than a victim. It makes her look like, you see where I'm at? And that's the way the FBI sets up everything. If you look at that one guy, and I forgot his name already, him and that girl had abducted that lady and sexually assaulted and killed her. Same thing applied. Evansdale, same thing applied. If you look at any big high profile case, they always come out, they always say the same exact thing. Delphi was no different than that at all. None of them are, because they always stick to the same guidelines.
Well, now let me ask you a question. When they were actively at the crime scene,
Yeah,
did your prosecutor go out there?
I have no idea. I have no idea at all.
Well, a good prosecutor gets involved right at the beginning. And I know that you had a change in prosecutors up
We
there.
did, but then Ives came back.
He's coming back for the prosecution, right?
Yeah, but he's already back. He's already prosecuting now, I think.
Is he?
I believe. Don't quote me, but that's what I heard.
A good prosecutor will go out to the crime scene and look at everything that the police are looking at and everything that the FBI is looking at, because when it gets to court, he needs to know that case inside out, upside down, forwards, backwards. And that just happened out here with that 11-year-old that's missing down south of Colorado Springs, or east of Colorado Springs, sorry. And, social media just went nuts when they saw him out there. He just prosecuted Patrick Freezy, the guy that killed his girlfriend and burned her.
Uh-huh.
They never found her body. And he's a damn fine prosecutor. And he was out there, I think, 2 days straight at this little guy's house, right with the crime scene people, watching them do their work, understanding the layout of the house. Now, they haven't found him yet. They haven't charged anybody yet. I have a feeling I know who they're going to charge for this. But that's when you know you have a really good prosecutor. When they go out to the scene and they stay in touch and they look at the progress of the case. They don't wait till the file gets on their desk and start asking questions of the police department. He
Well,
already knows.
yes, but I mean, while that may be the case, and I'm not trying to be contrary any, the prosecution would have all the video, all the photographs of everything, all of it. I mean, nothing would be not known by him.
You're absolutely right. I think that from what I know, that makes a good prosecutor when they go out and see what the rooms look like, as opposed to a video or any questions that he might have at that point.
I'm with you on that, and I don't know too many. Then again, I mean, like that would be like asking me how many prosecutors I hang out with. You know what? The only time I ever see them is when I'm behind bars. But the fact is that I don't know too many that are really out there in the investigation or looking at it. I think a lot of them are depending upon law enforcement say, the information they're given, the photographs, the leads that they get, because really a prosecutor's there to prosecute and they want to know the crime. But at the same time, I don't know too many that really go out there and dig. Now, one that I can say that did was Vincent Bugliosi.
Yes, he did.
He went out there, and not only that, he wrote the book Helter Skelter, which was a damn fine book, by the way. I've read it 3 times over my life. When I was 8 years old and Helter Skelter came out, it was a made-for-television movie, 3 hours long. It took 2 days to show it. But, I mean, that made me fascinated when I was 8 years old with crimes like that. Because at that time, man, I'm living at Nye on the Lake. I'm 8 years old, and I can't believe people in California, So, anyways, I mean, that was one. That was a rare exception. But then again, that was L.A. County.
Well, yeah, and there was nothing normal about that set of murders.
No, that was completely off the wall.
In fact, one of those women who didn't kill anybody, but
you know what?
Present there. Go ahead.
She wasn't the hot one.
No, she wasn't the hot one, but she's still in jail.
And that's why she didn't do it.
Oh God. I don't know, but she was granted parole a few months ago, and the governor of California stopped it.
No, wait, really?
Yeah.
You know what? It may not be the same one because I thought that they exonerated her for testifying against them.
No, I think they all went to jail. I don't know, because I thought they all went to jail and they had different terms. But this woman, and I can't remember which one she was granted parole after all this time, and it got to the point where the governor had to sign off on it, and he refused it.
You know what? Look, Squeaky Fromm tried to kill President Ford, and she's out.
Oh, I know, and so is Hinckley.
Hinckley's out?
Yeah. He is back here in the state of Colorado.
Man, you know what? Man, I'd like to talk to that dude for a minute.
I don't know. There are people that I really don't want to talk to.
Well, but understand, I mean, there's this little thing here. Hey, I love Jodie Foster. Okay. Jodie Foster was like hot, man, like in the way that Linda Blair was hot when I was growing up. Would I have tried to kill a president to impress her? No, not really.
But I don't think you have as many screws loose as he did.
No, I don't think that well, maybe one or two, but I'm certainly not a president killer.
No, but the other thing that I wanted to talk about is I'm wondering if Delphi is getting some of their peacefulness back. Small town, relaxed atmosphere, meet at the coffee shop, whatever. Are people still going on with their lives?
Yeah. Yes. You know what? I mean, like we go back to the second year press conference. That's where we were with me and Rebecca and Tony. We were sitting at a little cafe and I was having coffee. I mean, it's a small town, and I don't think that this I mean, while it terrified the community for sure, especially up front, but I don't think it stopped the community. I don't think that the community halted, not did what they normally did, but they did it with a more watchful eye.
Do kids still go out and play outside?
Yes.
Good.
Have seen it. You know what? Me and Greeno, and I got this video somewhere on my computer, but my God, if you knew the files I had, it gets really in depth looking through them. I mean, I was looking through one the other night and I'm like, holy shit, I thought I lost that 4 years ago. Well, you know what I'm saying? It's just like old videos that I had set back in some unknown file. And when I find them, I'm like, man, what in the hell is all on my computer? But yeah, the kids play. The kids go to the park. People are people and they do what they do. But I think initially, just like everybody else, myself included, they thought the guy would be arrested in any minute. I mean, it was just such an open and closed case. They felt, well, this guy's going to be arrested. I mean, we got the FBI. This guy's going to be like nailed down anytime now. Now, 3 years later, now you have time healing that wound. People aren't sitting there dwelling on it anymore. But today they likely are because there wasn't a press conference. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Delphi strong. Because, man, maintain. Law enforcement has this. They do. And I do believe that. Now, I don't always stand to the side of law enforcement if it's a victimless crime. But in this case, it's more than that, man. I mean, there's a lot of injured people from this, man. And I mean, let alone, I ain't even just talking the two girls, but their families, their friends, the community. There's a lot of people hurt from this. And I don't want people to turn their back and think that it's cold and the guy won't be brought to justice. He will. But again, I reiterate the fact if they do not seek the death penalty, there is no justice. There is no bringing those girls back. To avoid the death penalty when we're a death penalty state, that's the lowdown. And yes, I realize that some aspects will have to come out in court. I realize that. But at the same time, you don't send a man back to Missouri to do the same time he was already sentenced for and call it justice. It isn't. He was already given that, and he'll have to serve it down there. Now, if you're going to stick a needle in his arm, do it correctly. Go buy it, because you got all the pieces to the puzzle. So says Doug Carter. Well, when you know who did it, make sure he's nailed to the wall with the sledgehammer.
Exactly.
Or did you hear about who was going to be on my show on the 18th?
No.
Michael George Griffey.
Okay.
He wrote the book Lynched, the Amber Green story, where they hung the guy. They lynched him right there at my dad's house. Well, I say at my dad's house, but at that time, the properties did adjoin, and it was my dad's house. But actually, at that time, it was a one-room schoolhouse. Then it was bought by a man who I don't want to mention his name. He still lives there. But then they divided the properties off because one of his family got my dad's house, and they bought that off of him. And then time went on, because this is back in the 1800s. But man, that property's went through many a owner. In fact, when my dad bought it, it was a hog farm, and he turned it into a horse ranch. But
that'll
he's going to
be
be
an
on my
interesting show.
He's going to be on my show, and the abduction and murder of Luella Mabbitt is Carroll County's other unsolved murder. There are two unsolved murders, the Delphi murders and that of Luella Mabbitt. And he will be on to talk about it. He's wrote two books, or researched the first book, Lynch, the Amber Green story. And the second one was called Lynch, the Story of Forbidden Love. And that is going to be excellent. And probably we will also as well be talking about the Delphi murders and so forth on there, because this guy is that encyclopedia of knowledge on this case. He knows everything.
I always find people like that don't have to open a book or say, just a minute, I need to look that up. They know it. And I've always find them very interesting.
Yes, and he is. He's a very interesting guy. He's been, well, here's how it came out. I got a hold of Carroll County Historical Society to see if anything remained that had belonged to, or any evidence, so forth, that was in the Amber Green's case. They said, well, there isn't anything that remains, by us or anything like that. But we can forward your email to somebody that's more in the knowledge of that. Guess what? They sent me to him. And after looking at his name, man, he's like, oh, well, I did research for the book. I looked it up, and I'm like, holy shit, they gave us the guy that researched the book, Lynch. So then it continued. I'm a friend of his on Facebook. He's got a lot of people there and around Delphi that are friends of his. And, he's going to be on, and that should really be a very interesting time. But so that everybody knows, and I want everybody here to know, it's not going to be specifically or even so much about the Delphi murders. So if you're not interested in Amber Green, don't show up and complain. That's what gets people banned. And sometimes far less than that.
I think that's going to be horribly interesting. I mean, you've got a guy that knows the history of a major incident in your community.
Exactly.
Or near your community. And that has to be something, that's like reaching out and touching history.
Exactly, it is. And you know what? When I explained to him where my dad lived, he goes, oh, I know your dad. He He took his daughters over, and I forget what it was. I think it was when my nieces were living there because they're the same age. And he said I took him over there to a birthday party, and I spoke with the man because he had horses and so on. I'm like, yeah, that's my dad. You know,
What kind of horses does he raise?
my dad, Tennessee
Yeah.
walking horses.
Tennessee Walkers?
Yep.
My sister used to show those, and that is the last full-size horse that I fell off of.
Really, they're a smooth walking horse.
I know, but they're too big and they don't like me. Period. End of story. There's I did stay on one smaller pony when I was in Hawaii. But he had short legs and he couldn't keep up with the big horses. So yeah, the Tennessee Walkers are a little bit too big and too much horse for me.
I like them. I do.
They are beautiful horses. They are beautiful horses, and my God, you can spend a lot of money on them.
Yeah, you can. Well, I mean, they are good horses, man, and that's my dad's love of them.
How many does your dad have?
4, I believe.
Well, that's enough. I think I've shared with you that when I left Michigan, I wasn't going to shovel any more horse poo, and when I left Alaska, I wasn't going to plow anymore. And I had to take my horse poo promise back, but there was a reason. And I haven't plowed any more snow since I left Alaska. So I've kept that. Michael, I wanted to kind of switch gears here.
Okay.
And there is, we were talking about what wives might know and might not know, or families, I guess. The happy face killer, and not the happy face killer that's going around leaving happy faces near where young men have died under suspicious circumstances. This guy was a truck driver, and I can't recall his name, but he had a beautiful daughter. And when he was arrested for several murders, and the family was just stunned. They didn't, and the kids, I guess, were just devastated by his arrest. It made the papers. Their school knew about it, and they had a real rough time. But as it sits now, the daughter, who has grown up, and she's in her late 20s, I think, she has gone to a network and she interviews the families of serial killers.
Yeah.
And you would be surprised at how surprised and shocked, I would say 99% of them are. And what, the devastation, it doesn't stop with their victims. The devastation continues on with their families.
Exactly.
And if they don't get the help that they need, it just wrecks their future. I mean, they don't have any future because they're always the son or daughter of a serial killer.
Yeah, and that is the thing, and that's another. I mean, that's one of the reasons right there. I didn't want to reach out to TB's wife because, man, I realized that this lady's hurt, and this lady is devastated. She cannot believe what her husband had did, and then to find out, which I do believe that she is in knowledge of the Delphi, the possibility of Evansdale, Mary Pryor, and Pace. And once she starts connecting the dots, which I'm sure that she has, why would I want to ask her anything? I know the FBI's talked to her. I know the FBI said don't release this. I know what the FBI does. I know what law enforcement does. So that's why I didn't reach her. Now, Greeno did, and probably in hopes of trying to prove me wrong, which I believe was his general thing at the time, because, okay, and you know what? Fair enough, man, because, hey, if he can prove me wrong, dude, prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong so that I can carry on and find the real dude, or whatever, however way you want to look at it. But the simple point is by her saying I can't answer any of those questions, but I do remember we had a dinner date that night. Well, come on, man. That was 2.5 years ago, lady. You know what? To remember that, I mean, like, hell, you know what? 2.5 years ago, the day before Valentine's Day, you know what I was doing? Hell if I know.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to remember that. Now, would they be told to say that? Yes, they would by the FBI, because that clears it. You see, like, well, I know he couldn't have done that because we had a dinner date that evening. Yeah, right, exactly. And that's the way you play it. But again, let's say it was true. Let's say they did have a dinner date that night. Well, easy peasy. It's a 4.5-hour drive from Delphi. You lose 1 hour going back into Central Time, making it 3.5 hours on your clock. You would have got there if you was speeding along, which he says he does. He probably would have got there shortly after 6. If she got off at 5, she would have had drive time home. I'm picking something up if she called, for you. Woo whoop de woo, and there you go. Valid reason. No suspicion, because you know what? They didn't even hear about that crime until days later down there, provided she even seen or heard about it. I mean, that's down in St. Louis. You know what? Crimes like that happen all the time in St. Louis. Did we hear about it? No. But this is Little Delphi, man.
Well, that's certainly true. I'm trying to figure out how
It's a habit.
families can cope with something so outrageous, where everybody knows they can't avoid it. It's just there, and they have to deal with it. Now, Ted Bundy's daughter, I think her name was Rose. One of the last things that Anne Rule did, the author,
Yeah.
I guess the media was on her because she knew Ted personally. And she said she never wanted to know where Rose Bundy was after they left the state of Florida and changed their name, because she had turned out to be a perfectly wonderful woman, and she now has a child of her own. And she may not even understand that she is Ted Bundy's daughter.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you know what? On exactly that. Charles Manson has a son. And there is an interview that they do with him on YouTube. You can find it if you look for it. Good guy, good kid. But I don't think that Charles Manson was insane. In fact, I don't think he was insane at all. I think that all that really reared around the environment that he grew up in. And I think that was the biggest part of him. Now, on the other side of that, in the story about Amber Green, he had a son. Okay, and this
Yes.
was a bastard son before Llewellyn Abbott, and they was talking about him. I mean, like, he was a real good guy. He was a super good giving guy. And I think he moved to New York and had a newspaper and all this and that. He was a good guy. And a lot of times, but it's very dependent upon if it's environment that causes it or if it's mental. If it's mental, a child that is of the same gender may carry that given the right environment, if you see where I'm at.
Sure. The famous mathematician Oh shoot, Nash was his last name.
Oh,
His
yeah, I
son.
know who you're talking about. Incredible mathematician.
Yes,
And he was nuts.
yes, and his son has the same. I think it's schizophrenia.
Yeah, you're right.
And if I remember correctly, so did Albert Einstein's son.
I'll be.
They had,
I didn't know that.
yeah, I think so. But some of these, I think we always remember the victims of the murder. But I don't think we really remember and think about how far the devastation runs within communities, within states, within geographical areas. Um, I would bet that the Carroll County Sheriff's budget is way over. I can't even dream how far that budget would be over because of the hours that they put in on this. And you have to remember, law enforcement still has to carry that home, and they still have to figure a way to live their lives. Having seen what they saw at the crime scene and how these guys do it sometimes, I really don't know, because they see some awful things. And I think this set of murders is one that has deeply affected every police officer that was there that day. And probably a lot of your firefighters as well, from what I have read. And that was in the Down the Hill podcast. The way they talked and the way they had to decompress after they got back from the search and the bodies had been found. And even the volunteers that found them. I mean, their pain and suffering was over, and I guess ours as a country was just beginning, because those girls had been killed in one of the worst ways possible. You don't usually have law enforcement officers saying it was a very brutal crime scene. I can't unsee that.
Yeah,
And they've said it in this case.
they did.
And so
Yeah, and I heard that having been said.
And I do have to say that I really, really appreciate it. And I was surprised when you wanted to do this podcast about Delphi Strong. And I think that's important.
Exactly.
Take a breath. We're in this for the long haul.
And you know what? Now, 3 years in today, 3 years in, it really does seem, because the media is going to run with cold case. People are going to say cold case. Everybody's going to be on the side of a cold case now. And that's why I thought that they would have a press conference to kind of halt that and maybe try to draw Delphi into the side, into their side. They didn't. And it's kind of asking for what's going to happen, because as soon as they start saying cold case, well, how do you defeat that? Well, unless you have a suspect you can point to, well, you really can't. You really can't do that. I mean, if I was sitting here without a clue, I'd go, it's a cold case. It's got to be. They're never going to have it solved anytime quick. Maybe one day. But it's a little bit different from where I said to where other people said. But to point something out on that, I don't think like other people. I just don't. There isn't too much in the way that other people think that I do. I mean, I think very differently in a lot, and at least in a lot of areas, not all exactly, but I mean, I do have my thoughts and my feelings on the suspect, and I see why it's going to take so long. But again, that's my reasoning for this, because Delphi's got to understand that, man. It's going to take a little bit more time, but I can say to the degree of at least a good amount of certainty that in a year's time, we'll know who did it. I think, I feel. I'm very firm in my thoughts on that.
Well, I think so too, and I'm not sure how they would have said anything after the last press conference, because that was targeted specifically to rile up the killer, plain and simply. And if the killer's already in jail somewhere, which our person of interest is, why
He
did they
already
do
did.
that?
Well,
Pardon me?
somebody told Mike Cunningham not to forget to hit the like button. I said he already did.
Ah,
But no, yeah, I mean, you know my thoughts on that as well. I think that in doing that, it made it look like, hey, we're working on this. You know, you've got to maintain and stay with this. We're working on it. Now, by handing that information out, it was information. It really was. It was old information that they could then release, and knowing that it wasn't true. Okay. But the simple fact is, it was a new direction. And he's talking like he's talking to the killer. That makes it sound good. Like he may be in this very room. Ah, you see. Well, then it makes it look like they're working the case. And they are working the case. And again, I don't take anything aside to law enforcement on this. But at the same time, you know, that's what they got to do. They got to maintain their stance. We're working on this. They know what they know an approximate of when they'll get to speak to him. But until then, what do? They can't press charges. Somebody was on here the last time. That's what she says. If they had DNA, they already would have pressed charges. Okay, let's say they press charges. And he says, I want a quick and speedy trial. Well, crap. Guess what? We're screwed because we can't do that. We can't extradite him while he's down there on current charges. Well, sorry, Delphi. This time, we really did mess up. Because then he would walk scot-free on this one. Maybe not the rest, but Delphi would never have their killer in court.
well, I think they could dismiss charges, but I don't think they would file them to begin with, just because it's a lot of hassle. And they know that they can't get him until after he's been tried down in St. Louis.
Exactly.
And so that's just the way it is. But, you know, I guess I've been critical of law enforcement. And it's mostly through frustration of not having any information out there. So at least you're assured that there is some progress being made. But maybe it's time we just let law enforcement do their job, because they've been doing it a long time. Those guys have got a lot of years in between them. And I think that if they need help, they know where to ask for it. And I think this is coming down to the wire here in the next year. And they'll have their killer.
I agree. In fact, there will be no new information released between now and probably up to the fourth year press conference, or the fourth year, I should say. Because what else can they say? What more could they
Nothing.
tell us? They've given us everything that they got, including the guy walking, a new sketch, if you believe that. You know, the fact that there was a car there parked at the abandoned CPS building. Their words. We got all the pieces to the puzzle. Now that is saying something. We got all the pieces to the puzzle, except who did it. Well, again, that's because the investigation is not complete, and it's not going to be complete till they can go down there and talk to him and extradite him back. Then they will be able to say, yes, we know who the killer is, and we filed double murder charges on him, and he is being extradited back to Indiana.
No, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I just wish it didn't take so long. Um, these families have not had it easy. And they've been patient, and you have to admire them for that.
I do. I do.
Yes, I know you do. And Mike Patty saying it's going to take some time. And he believes that. I think that there's probably not anyone involved in this that is so sincere than Mike Patty when he speaks. You don't hear him speak a lot,
Right.
but when you do, he's generally sincere. And hopefully, with the energy that they're directing towards the ball fields and today the food bank collection and Abby's Angels at Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
I hope that some of this is therapeutic for them. Because in all of it, those two families are the ones that lost the most.
On that, and I think it was at Bacon Fest, or maybe it was at the first year press conference. Greeno spoke with Mike Patty. And Mike Patty told him when Greeno had went up and was talking to him, he's like, no, he goes, I think it went like this. And, if Mike Patty's watching, I'm kind of like quoting from like ever ago, but he said something to the effect of, I don't have a problem with people making videos, but remember that to us, this is very real. This is what we got to deal with. And I think that was a way of saying, hey, don't say anything that's untruthful. Don't be pointing at people that aren't to blame and so forth like that. But at the same time, Mike Patty don't really talk a lot. And he was at the first year press conference. In fact, I think he was the one that was up there at the bacon eating contest. And, he didn't have anything bad to say. And I mean, my heart goes out to every single one of the Patties and the Williams. I mean, and again, it wouldn't matter what was ever done to the suspect. It's not going to bring those girls back. I mean, we got to understand that. So I do try to keep it. And I had wrote one of the family members in a response to something I had seen on Facebook. And I told them that, hey, I try to stick it to the truth here. I don't just hop on any old random person of interest and say they did it. This guy looks like Bridge Guy, or I ain't that Facebook dude. I do try to keep it to the facts, circumstances, the evidence, and what fits. If I wasn't doing that, then I would be no different than most of the rest, and certainly not all of the rest of the people that are covering this crime.
Well, I'll tell you, there is so much garbage on Facebook about this. I read somewhere, and I told you I start at Facebook for information, but I never pass it on unless it's verified. But someone got caught up in the fact that there were 6 witnesses that saw a Bridge Guy, and they even had the different scenarios, the different witness names, the different witness observations, and that number's never been a number that anybody's thrown out there, that there were 6 witnesses.
I can name 2. Who were the other 4?
Well, I'll send you the screenshots.
Well, now somebody had said they seen him crossing Freedom Bridge. Well, he had no reason to cross Freedom Bridge. He wasn't parked on the other side of Freedom Bridge. He was parked to the right of Freedom Bridge if you're leaving that way. Now, if he walked by him and their names weren't mentioned, but nobody's names was really mentioned. You know, he did say she, and we deduced the rest out of that. Now, we know the he was flannel shirt guy. Mike Patty said that on Dr. Phil. Well, there was a man that arrived that seen him leaving at approximately that time. We know that was flannel shirt guy. We know that she was the lady walking her dogs that lived on the south side of the bridge. We know that. Spoke to her. So it's
Well, that wasn't Mrs. That wasn't Mrs. W, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Was it a Mrs. L?
It was the lady that lived to the west of her. If you look on the map, there's two houses that said on each side of where the tracks were. One is the W, one is the L.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Peace, crime salute. And hey, thanks for being here, bro.
So, Michael, I am going to let you go.
You're letting me go, but we got callers.
Okay, put them on.
Well, I know. I told them to call in.
Oh.
Well, Devil Ants probably said give me about 10 minutes. Mike Cunningham said he would call in. And it's always good to hear from Mike.
Well, that's good. Where do you think they'll announce an arrest? Will they come down to Delphi and do it?
What do you mean?
Will they bring him into Delphi?
Well, they got to bring him to Delphi for his initial arraignment. I mean, where the crime was committed, that's where you get your initial. They'll get a change of venue. It'll probably go to Indianapolis, South Bend, or Fort Wayne. It'll probably.
What about Terre Haute?
You know what, Terre Haute? I mean, that's way down south, but I don't see any reason for taking it. You know that. I mean, that's way down south. It's not that it couldn't happen, but it seems more like a city the size of Indianapolis. You're going to find people there that had never heard of it. In fact, it would be kind of hard to find someone who didn't hear about it from somewhere.
I agree. So you think the trial would be held in Indianapolis?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just claiming those are two bigger cities where you could probably find someone who hadn't heard about it. You know, you get a jury of 12 people. Well, you can't do that in Carroll County. That'd be impossible.
Yeah, now I don't know if Indiana has the law that you have to try first. Like the state of Ohio has a law if you request a change of venue, you have to try to seat an unbiased jury before you're granted the change of venue.
Huh. Well, okay, but I mean, 20,000 people. I mean, in Delphi, the county seat. I mean, like, that's all of Carroll County, 20,000 people.
Exactly. But they may be forced to go through the process of seating a jury, and when they can't, then they'll get a change of venue, which means another delay because no other court system in the state is going to have that kind of time to try a murder trial, and they have to wait and block out entire blocks of time.
Well, I'll tell you what, the longer they have him in Carroll County, man, they're going to have the National Guard around there.
Well, I don't like vigilante justice, but I will.
It depends on who.
Yes.
You know what? There are times, and there are those times,
and places.
And I'm not suggesting, I'm not implying, nor am I to the side of. But the simple fact is you know what? I mean, let me take you back to Kokomo. This is a long time ago, 1800s. A man ripped off somebody. Well, two men ripped off two horses down in Indianapolis, brought them up to Kokomo. All right. tried to sell them at the what they call it, delivery. And they had already got word that these horses were stolen and had descriptions of the horses. So the guy goes to the sheriff, lets him know. Okay, the sheriff goes over to arrest him. The one guy pulls out a gun and starts firing at the cop and the deputy. He ended up killing the coroner by accident.
Oh, God.
And they threw the guy in jail, right? Well, now here was the lowdown, man. This guy, I mean, because the citizens of Kokomo were already building the lynching post there at the courthouse on the north side of it. That's where they hung him. But the guy was very apologetic, and he says, well, they're doing what they got to do. And, well, let's just go get this done. And, and couldn't have been more helpful about it. But that's the way it was. When she was found guilty back then, the next day, you was going to hang by a rope until you was no longer alive. Well,
exactly.
We got better due process than that. But once that guy's found guilty, man, I see no reason why he shouldn't be turned over to the community. Deal with the justice the way you like. You're the sovereign people. Here he is. Now, that's not the same as breaking someone out without due process. That's entirely different. You break somebody out and go hang them like Amber Green, guess what? You never get your answers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it might be interesting. I don't know how many of these guys. I know Kemper did and Dahmer cooperated until somebody killed him. That the FBI specialists and psychiatrists go in and study them.
Who's this?
Forever.
Hold on a minute. Mike's on the line.
Okay, is he a straight Mike or a Mikey or a Michael?
He's Mike Cunningham.
I'm Mike Cunningham. I am not the other Mike Cunningham. I'm not even this other YouTuber that decided to use my name and start making comments in other YouTube comment sections that I found out yesterday.
Oh, well, somebody's been screwing you. You know how it feels now, huh?
Oh, yeah, but this isn't the first time. This is like the fifth rodeo on that.
I feel for you.
But what I'm saying is I had one where I wish it was me that did it, but it really wasn't me. That was when I was using my Ninja Warrior is here thing.
You know what? I banned that dude.
So what happened is whoever did that cloned my thing, saved Jessica's video, and put it back out there. And everyone thought that was me.
I didn't actually see that.
It's still there. It's Vampire Ninja is here. It's still there.
I say I do remember that name.
Yeah.
So did you have a question?
No, but well, it's a question, but more a comment.
Okay.
Tony Scullum made a comment today, like about 6 hours ago. No, actually, take that back. 10 hours ago.
You talking about Slocum?
Yes.
Okay.
His statement as general, someone knows this person. We need your information. Call the anonymous tip line, which they really do not take the tips. Help bring the persons.
Yeah. Look. Hey, you know what? I could hear persons all night and day. It don't mean dick to me, man.
To me, I think that's just a normal, practical thing that they do, just in case if there was more than one person.
But that's saying that the FBI wouldn't have noticed that with their CSI. And again, I'm speaking for the FBI. They would have known everything. They would have knew the whole lowdown of how many people traveled in, how many people traveled out, how many were at the crime scene, all of it. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. I was reading New York Plumber's comment. Plus, I'm trying to ignore the feedback that I got in my other ear, so at least I can see and watch at the same time.
Hang on. Why would I be speaking about Abby?
I think you're talking about me.
Oh, I got you. I see. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Mike. You're Michael.
Well, I'm actually Katt. That's what I go by since YouTube deleted Michael Stroop. I now go by Michael Katt, trade name. Thank you. I need to get it common law copyrighted.
Well, since you want to talk about Abby, I really will go there.
All right, go ahead.
I feel that the missing link of how someone feels is Peter Falk, the baby father to Abby, or whatever you want to call him.
Did you say Peter Falk?
Say again?
Peter Falk?
Yes.
Like Columbo.
That's his real name, Peter Falk.
I'll be. That is crazy. Please carry on.
So I know how Anna feels on it, that he supposedly has never been in her life and everything else. But I called it very ironic was he decided on one day to get a memorial thing called and asked for it. The people that put that on talked to Anna and was like, do we really want to give this guy this memorial thing? And she's like, no. Like, he's never been in his life. But I'm kind of on the devil's advocate of it is, if he really was not in her life, how did he find out about this at the very beginning when it wasn't really broadcasted out like that?
Oh, it was broadcast, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure where you was at, but I mean, like, this hit the world news immediately. Day 2, which I call the 14th, the day they were found. Look, it was on Fox Headline News.
Yeah,
that's how the story hit.
Okay, I wasn't around like at the beginning like that.
Go ahead, though.
So I just looked at it as it's one of those what's your thoughts now, Peter? Like, if I was able to see Peter face to face, I'd be like, what's your thoughts now? Your daughter that you made, regardless if you were around or not, is dead, and it's been 3 years. What's your thoughts?
Yeah.
Basically, it's called all the men that I have seen in this case that are real close to the girls have not really been out there, has not really showed their controlled anger against this killer. Like, think about it. If you had a child, would you not like at least call him out on something, or would you be really, really quiet?
You know what? It kind of goes with DD. You know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people said, well, he's finally going to talk. Like that was going to bring a revelation to the crime because they feel for some reason it was like a bad deal or something and like a revenge or, something along that line. And I told them this, you know what? He's done what he needed to do. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. He didn't want people asking about it. Look, man, he just lost a daughter. That is probably the hardest shit he'll ever deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he want to be out there talking about it? Now, Mike Patty, I understand on him. Look, that was the grandparent. And
can I be more clear? He's the step-grandfather.
Okay, step-grandfather. But the same applies. He's out there and, he's talking. Now, he's answering the relevant questions that's being asked by the media. He's not handing out anything that shouldn't be handed out. And I don't think that he knows anything that shouldn't be handed out. But at the same time, Anna has been like on talk shows, a couple of them. Same with Mike and Becky. Derek stayed out of it. Carrie, while she was out of state, I mean, not much has been like, on her on the media. But at the same time,
she did want to speak out, but was told not to do that.
Well, I mean, what could she say? I mean, again, she was out of state and she knows nothing about what transpired that day aside of what law enforcement said or the family.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the only thing that she can say is I lost a daughter and, and there it is. But it's
one I think that should have at least be there as the male figure is Cody. Cody's too quiet. There's nothing for him to lose for being so quiet. Like, to me, he should at least say something within this 3 years.
but why? I mean, you understand that this is a double murder. I mean, look, man.
I'll give you my reason why.
Okay.
Majority of the women have spoken out and have shown their female side of it. What I'm saying is, besides Mike, the ones that are real close, the ones that brought these children into the world or been real close to them,
Mm-hmm.
they all have really been too quiet.
Well, you say too quiet, but again, if you lose the dog, look, let me tell you something. I mean, and this is just me.
Oh, I will answer that question. If I lost a daughter, I'm not going to be quiet. It's going to be like one of those, what I call hell on earth. You're going to hear me. Like, I don't care if I have to get on the news. I'm not going to be quiet.
Right. However, now again, and I know that it differs entirely, and I'm not making a thing of it.
Mm-hmm.
If Wolf went outside without my knowledge, like the back door slid open and he went out there and somebody went out and killed him, you know what? There would be charges filed if they lived through it.
Mm-hmm.
Would I go speak on that? No. You would never hear me open my mouth on it because that SOB deserved everything he had coming. Now, if it was a real daughter or a son, yeah, that guy would die. But you know what? You would never hear me say one word about it. I would be just like Derek G. Exactly. Now, I don't think that the family needs to talk. And if they do talk, man, it's basically to answer relevant media questions. Nothing more. I mean, I would never confront one of them with a question that I would have because they don't know the answers to it. That's for me to deduce. I don't think that everybody needs to spotlight themselves. And I think that the men are on that side. Look, we don't need to go out there and start talking. I don't need to go have my say. I don't need to get in front of a camera because I lost a daughter or a sister or nothing like that. No, I mean, I just stand to their side because, like, they're not guilty. So why do I care if they don't talk? They're doing what's best for them, man, and God be to their side for it.
Well, and Michael, don't you think that
Which Michael?
it's Katt?
Oh, okay.
Don't you think that?
And what's her name?
Miss
Because I don't know who she is.
Miss Cavalier.
Yes, Miss Cavalier.
She's my Watson. Carry on.
Don't you think, though, that, I was raised in Michigan, born and raised in Michigan, and we always grieved privately. If something bad happened, we dealt with it privately. And all of a sudden, all these folks that are used to their private, quiet, peaceful Midwest life are thrown into the spotlight under the worst circumstances. And I think everyone still falls back on their roots and what they were raised to do. And I think a lot of these folks are dealing with it the way they were taught to deal with it. And it's very respectful. I'd be going out of my mind even after 3 years. I wouldn't be quiet for anybody. If you hurt one of my kids, I've gone after people, that have hurt my kids. And I've got that fire that just doesn't quit. And I really admire the way the families have dealt with all of this. I think it's something to really look at and learn from, because they've been dealt the worst hand that you could ask for, and they lost two beautiful young ladies that will never grow up and never enjoy a lot of things that most of us have been able to. And I just think it's very respectful.
He's got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's actually wrong for the police to not give a public service warning saying that there's a killer on the loose that killed two children? Do you think that was wrong for not having that?
But well, now if he's asking you.
There's two ways to look at that. I think in this case, very early on, and I mean right after they found the girls, under whatever circumstances they were, they knew that they had a unique killer. And by unique, I want to say he left his mark, his MO at that crime scene, whatever it was. And I'm not even sure that the public's entitled to know that.
Yeah.
And that's why the FBI was here so fast. And I think after that, the FBI explained, we're not going to say anything unless it goes through that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy, and I sign off on it. And that's exactly what they did, because they wanted to catch him. And so that didn't work for a while, and they had to try something else, and they started to leak information. But as far as safety to the community, I think that the sheriff probably should have vocalized that a little bit differently without scaring everyone. And I've heard one sheriff do that over in Ohio with 8 murders. And he said, we still have a killer or killers, plural, out there. And if you want to be armed and protect your family, be armed and protect your family. But we have got, I don't know how many counties came into Piketon, Ohio. And they did the regular patrols while all this was being handled and investigated. And that says a lot for a community when that happens. But I think people use their common sense, and I bet a lot more doors were locked in Delphi that night than had ever been locked before. And people knew that he could still be there. But the chances are, when the FBI came in, they said, no, he's gone. And he's not here. We're going to have to find him. And so there was no reason for the sheriff to come out and say, arm yourselves, shoot somebody, whatever, protect yourself. I think people knew it without saying it.
Well, you know what? I wanted to answer real quick on that too. I mean, because I agree with what she's saying. I don't think that you want to make it look like, hey, there might be a person around here that does crimes like this. Everybody be scared. I think you want to I think you want to like lower the, like say, hey, you know what? Yeah, a person that did this, but no, I don't feel that your kids are in any harm at this time. Now, I take that back again to Mary Pryor and Dan Pates of Michigan. They had DNA and fingerprints in both cases. They knew it was the same killer. Did they come out and say that? No, because they had no idea who that person was. He had never committed a crime. And by saying that, then you really frighten the public. And I think that they was trying to avoid that. Again, it's a bold statement to make, but at the same time, looking at it from law enforcement's point of view, it's what's probably got to be done.
Are you able to pull up an article back in March 14, 2017?
Oh, I'm positive. Yeah, I'm sure I can. Why?
Okay, when you go to Google search, you type DA Ives killer most likely cop. This is just keywording. I'm going to the article.
DAI.
Oh,
What do you say to put in?
DA Ives killer most likely cop.
Mainly cop, mostly cop.
No, just those words, and then just press the search.
Okay, I've got DAI killer.
Most likely cop.
Most likely cop. Okay.
After you enter it, the first article should come up.
Okay, it says prosecutor says cops likely have met Delphi killer or received information.
That one. Can you click on that?
Just did.
Okay. On that part, which was stated on March 14th, prosecutors says cops likely have met the Delphi killer and received a crucial tip due to the scope of probe.
Okay.
That's the title.
Yeah.
What I want to get into discussion with you and her is that they have stating the investigators say that they possibly met the killers, or may have a clue that will wrap up the case. They just don't know yet. I state, I think it's an excellent chance that in these tips, somebody has named the right person.
I did over a year ago.
And then on top of it, when you ask me, is it possible that some officer had talked to him? I think it's extremely likely that this happened.
I disagree.
I agree on that.
Except for Officer Cherry. I mean, he did speak with him, to my knowledge. I've seen it happen, but
what I'm saying is, based on the date of March 14, 2017, how does Thomas Bruce fit into that?
okay, well, how do they know that they talked to him already? Tell me that.
Well,
is he not feeding the public what they want to hear? And that is my thoughts on it.
Well, I just call it is, even after the press, Holman, Carter, Riley, all had said the same thing, that it's a possibility that they have talked to this person before, but not realized it. You have the DA, before he resigned, makes that strong statement. So it makes me wonder, it's like, okay, the left hand don't know what's going on with the right hand in this case. And then if that was the case being, how do you not know who this killer is if that's the case being? Which officer talked to this killer, supposedly?
Well, they don't
even met him.
They don't know that. That is why they said most likely. They was taking a guess, and it makes it look like that they're on top of it because they had all this evidence, and they didn't think it would take that long. And that is my thoughts to it. It is.
But they even stated that there's an excellent chance that someone gave the right name amongst those tips.
You know what? They probably thought so because they thought the person came from Delphi. And they probably did believe that. Actually, if you look at the beginning, when I says, well, look, there was some very weird evidence there, and I don't think it's going to be long before we have this guy. Well, that was their thoughts. That was their thoughts.
Within a day or two.
Yeah, and they thought, man, okay, we got this guy, man. I mean, what more do we need? We got everything we got right here. Aside of one little fact, the man had never committed a crime before. Now, that came out on February the 13th of 2018. And that's why they had never caught him. He had never been caught. Take me correctly.
Riley used a most likely might not done a crime.
He said, it appears like the man has never committed a crime before. Are you saying that because his DNA didn't have a match in the database? Well, I can't comment on that. And you know what? Maybe he has committed a crime, but we can find no traces of him. Now, you explain how that can be. How can somebody you find out a person had never committed a crime, been caught committing a crime, but we can find no traces of him? Well, how could that be if you only have DNA? You would have to have fingerprints. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong, but I think the wording is getting misunderstood when you're going with the word appears. Appears could be, it might be, or it might not be. If it's not be, then we can agree that the Carter did instigate in Megan Kelly's show that he said this killer has killed before, he killed them, and he's going to restrike again. So isn't law enforcement amongst each other kind of contradictory stuff?
Well, no, wait. Hold on. Are you saying that Carter said that this man has killed before? How would he know that?
I think he's basing that on some evidential statement.
Okay, that would be my statement. That would have to be my statement.
I mean, that's
I don't think
that's
he
an honest.
just say it just to say it live on Megan Kelly's show.
Well,
to say that.
If he knew that the man had killed before, then he could point to a crime where this man had killed before. Period. That would have to be the truth. Or by him saying that, he would be lying. And again, I'm not wrong there. I mean, right or wrong?
I agree with you on that. I definitely look at this. It don't matter who in law enforcement. There's been a lot of white lies going on amongst law enforcement.
They're very factual
to the public.
Yeah.
But I look on one side. Law enforcement has the right to lie to the public because let's just say for argument's sake, if it wasn't Thomas Bruce, this killer is technically still part of the public.
You're right.
So their indications have been that this guy has been probably at events, probably been at presses.
Okay,
anything else.
I disagree with that, Mike. I completely disagree with that. There was two people that seen him that we know of, maybe more, and it depends on what side you're looking at the equation. But would he show up at a press conference where those people may be, where he could be spotted out? I'm going to say absolutely not. In fact, I think that the whitewash was the Adelphi briefing. I think that was killing the investigation because they already knew.
I'm going to say probability, yes, if you go by the statement he's hiding in plain sight.
He might be, but perhaps they've determined that he's got a long cooling off period. And, a prosecutor is an attorney. And the prosecutor did make some interesting statements early on, the old prosecutor. I'm not sure that I've read anything from the new prosecutor, but sometimes lawyers use words that create doubt and that are a poor choice of wording when you're talking to the public.
Well, the prosecutor did say, I will rescind my retirement if there's enough evidence of arrest in either or cases.
Oh, that was. Sometimes, the way they say things, certainly in hindsight, is something that we all look at. But I don't think it's too much in this case. That, they could have talked to him. They may have talked to him. And maybe the FBI statistics show that they do talk to them. But that doesn't have any bearing on finding out who did this.
I have to disagree with Mystery Revealed. I do believe the forest floor fire will get solved, but it's going to probably take a lot longer than the Delphi case.
Oh, I agree. The
You know
Flora
what?
fire is a
I
mess.
disagree with both of you. If it's who I think it was that was behind it, he's untouchable. And you know, I remember Doug Carter's words. Well, if there is somebody to blame, you know, we'll find out. Well, that's been a couple years ago, and you know what? That was the last I heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's sad.
Hey, Devil, if it's your dog, please don't. Please don't. I don't want to see that. I hate that APTSZT commercial where they show dogs suffering. If I had the owner of that by their neck, I would beat them half to death. I swear to God.
I don't blame you.
You better believe me, because it would fucking happen.
Yeah,
God, man, those people showing like suffering dogs. Good God, man.
I
to get some money.
I can't even try to dare to watch one program on commercial on any of that. I just can't do it.
No, I don't own a television and haven't in well over 16 years. I do not watch television, and when I see it, I remember why. It gets worse every effing year, man.
Yep, especially the ones in the snow.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's sad. It's a crime. It's a sin to me. And you know what? If I knew who they were, I would go beat their ass with a sledgehammer. But you know what? You're not getting a dime out of me that's going to somebody's pocketbook. I mean, you know, it's one thing. If there's a dog suffering, hey, man, I'll take it. I'll feed it. I'll love it. I'll do everything I can for it. But if you're sending money to them because of the heartbreak they're giving you, no, don't do that. Those dogs aren't getting that money.
These cold, snowy day out there
in Indiana?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cold, snowy day.
Oh, you have snow?
Yeah, they have snow, and then tomorrow it's supposed to get real low to 13 degrees.
No.
Woohoo.
Yeah. It's like about Arctic blast coming out of nowhere in Indiana.
Yeah, the polar vortex.
Or some people would call it geoengineering, man-made weathering.
Yeah, and other people call it global warming. Some people call it climate change. Some people are just liberal idiots.
And some people don't care.
Hey.
What?
Are you talking about me?
No.
Okay, because, yeah, you know what? I stand to the fact that, yeah, the climate is changing. You know what? 10,000 years ago, where I sit right here was under a mile of ice. It better be changing. Is people's cars there? Is it causing it? No. People that believe that, they're probably slide to the lesser side of the IQ because they're all about masters and being their little servants. They have no idea of freedom nor anything else. And that's why the society is backwards today. That's why these people go out there and go, God, I love Hillary. God, wouldn't she be a great president? Because people are just stupid, man. We allow it. Carry on, Mike.
Do you know when Carter is supposed to be either continuing his job or getting replaced?
Well,
I know that's coming up.
As he's appointed, it could be under a new governor, but I don't know. I mean, being appointed, you could be there until that person unappoints you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, hell, he could leave him in there and then let the next guy replace him or keep him. You know who?
I think his term is up in March.
Well, again, he's appointed. I don't think that appointed people have a term.
I have to relook on it, but I think his term is up.
Do you know
he has to be reappointed back into that position?
Do you know who should be appointed to his job?
Who? Because I don't know who.
Sheriff Chris Swanson. Because man, that man right there, he's got a voice. He can speak, man. You know, he's a guy right there that needs to be in that position. Because Doug Carter, he's up there reading a script and he don't do it very well. When I hear him talk, I'm like, well, that's a little shy of the truth. Well, pardon me, that's an outright lie.
I think maybe the guy that's underneath him might be the next one in line.
I'll tell you one who should not be, and that's Kim Riley. Kim Riley be handing out all the information. Yeah, I mean, that's all he's done this. Well, hang on a minute. Let me get these words straight so I don't screw up. Then he goes and screws up. He's kind of a nervous guy, but you know what? Actually, in his position, he's probably reason to be. Hey, man, can I ask you a favor, Mike?
Yes.
I kind of wanted to get off of here by 9, but Devil Lance wants to call.
That's not a problem.
I
don't really like to try to be on so long.
Well, no. And you know what, man? I like it whenever somebody's on, man. Okay, I mean, I do because I enjoy the conversation and what it brings forth, and I do appreciate you calling every time out.
Oh yeah.
Well, thanks, Mike. Just call me Cavalier.
Okay, Miss Cavalier.
Or Cav for
okay. Sounds good.
Does she have her name even in the chat box itself, or no?
I don't think she chats on here.
Oh, I think maybe Ryan might want to come over to later on today.
Did what?
Your buddy.
Oh yeah, you know what? I hadn't even seen him in chat.
I see him right now.
You were kidding me.
He asked the question, did anyone see the Radar Online article with Mike Patty?
No, that's not the same Ryan.
That's not Ryan Kelly?
No, that's Ryan K. Different person.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the same person.
Nope. No, his is under Ryan Kelly.
Okay.
You know, Center for the Colts, that guy?
Yeah. No, I didn't see that article. Do you know anything about that article that Brian's talking about?
No, I don't.
Let me go check it out here.
I'm glad Kerry got to speak up on Fox News today.
Well, you know what? I will say this, if that is true, and I will look it up, Radar Online article, but I will check into that because that is my firm belief. Go ahead, Mike.
Do you kind of agree with Kerry on her thoughts?
I didn't hear Kerry's thoughts.
Well, she looked at the area was contaminated. The law enforcement kind of basically fumbled the ball. Basically, the way I got it is she don't trust the law enforcement.
Well, you know, that article sounds like it was quoted from the Down the Hill podcast, session 2 rather, where she made the same comments. And I don't doubt that the area as a whole, because of the amount of volunteers that they had, was probably pretty useless by the time it had been searched. But when you take and weigh the search versus not contaminating anything, when you don't know you have to worry about it because you haven't found the girls or a crime scene yet, I think the sheriff and everyone involved in that search on the 13th did their best. They didn't know when all those volunteers were walking through there. But I don't believe that after they found the girls, that the Indiana State Troopers would have tolerated anything like that. They would have kept people out of that particular crime scene. And they were trying on the recordings, I think, to minimize the fact that the girls had been found so people didn't head in that direction. So I think they probably did their best. Was it perfect? Probably not. But I think with what the information they had at the time, they put out their best effort. That's my opinion.
Okay. I like how your picture looks more clear right now. You finally get like the most clear picture you've had on podcast.
Me?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah, it's very clear on my thing. Like all the other times, it's normally semi-pixelated, if not that, totally pixelated. Like right now, it's 4K on my computer.
Well, I want everybody to see this then, okay? I moosed my goatee. That's right. Moosed it. Made it look all Whoville-like.
The day that you ever recut that beard, even though I know you won't, would be a definitely massive shocking to everyone.
You know what? When I was in Carroll County Jail, man, I had hair to my ass. And since I was going to RDC, man, I decided to go ahead and get it cut, right? Everybody in that jail, man, every deputy, every sheriff, every jailer, everybody was there to see me get that haircut off, man. It was cool, but not cool. I mean, I didn't want to lose that hair. It took ages to grow.
Do you think any of the randoms, before they resigned, fired, or whatever, participated in the search for the girls?
I don't know. I heard hundreds of people were there, but I mean, I can only name a couple.
Mm-hmm. At least I call it. It's a little somewhat ironic that a good amount of the officials are in both cases.
Okay.
Or have you ever noticed that?
No. I haven't spoken to anyone outside of the investigator and Sheriff Washington.
Okay.
Well, Kim Riley, of course, but I've spoken to him a couple times. And of course, I did speak to Doug Carter with my question concerning. Yeah, maybe it goes deeper than what I think, but I have spoken to a few.
Sorry, got a little busy. I had a text.
$98 likes, man. Can't make it to 100.
Yeah, actually, you are at 100.
Can't make it to 100, man. 77 people can't get 2 more likes.
No, you're actually at 100 with 13 dislikes.
Dude, would you be quiet while I'm trying to get likes, please? Man.
I'm such a party pooper.
All right. Anyway, man, is it all right to get Devil Ants on here so I can wrap this show up? All right, man.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. You have a good
I'll
evening.
still be watching, but I'll talk to you later.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
All right, Devil Ants, if you're out there still, give me the ring-a-ding. And we'll wrap the show up with Devil Ants. Devil Ants, are you out there? And he may be attending to his dog, man, and that is very sad, man. I don't know what happened to his puppy, but I'll tell you right now, it's like I was saying about Wolf, man. Wolf's my only kid. You know how I feel about this shit. Hello? It is! Hey, everybody, it's Devil Ants on the phone. How you doing?
Brother, this has been one of the most trying days that I've had in a long time.
What's happened?
Oh, man. Well, I'll start the thing off. Last night, Rupert, our German Shepherd, decided he wanted to bark at every cow and dog in the land.
Yeah?
So he run around, the damn house, the property. We got 5 acres here. And telegraphed the world that he was pissed off them cows. morning. My brother, 6:30, loaded my niece up on the bus, and he was fine this morning.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in here on the phone, watching your screen, and my brother comes beating on the door and says, "Hey, man, I need your help." And so he was hoping our next door neighbor wants to see the end of the co-op ranch, mentioned. And so we had to go up there. I didn't know what was going on. Somebody had shot Rupert.
Shot him.
Yeah, evidently, Mike, they had shot him from front to back. They was aiming at his head. They was chasing or running for him or chasing him. And he hit his shoulder, hit his ribs, ricocheted, I guess, off his ribs. He come out at the hind leg.
Man.
So he got lucky. There's a mobile vet that comes out, $35. So we called them. They were in the area. So they come and they gave him a quick check. And they took his phone and sprayed it in the wound. And the tech checked him over and said that, that he's going to be okay, but, he's going to be sore for a few weeks.
Man, I can imagine.
And
was it 22?
Yeah, we're thinking 22 long.
Man.
Yeah.
You know what? I'd find the nearest guy that has 22 rifle and I'd beat the shit out of him.
Well, what's going on is, Mike, is what we do out here, it's like a desert mason farm-like community.
Yeah.
And they've got 5-acre and 15-acre plots. And they also got what they call fire breaks. And people we found out here lately, we got these bud hoes that drive through on them fire breaks, and deer and cows. And that's what we're thinking happened. Is one of those drive-by, pot showers is what happened.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, you know what? Stuff like that don't even happen where I live, man. And I live in the middle of nowhere. I live a mile back in the middle of nowhere.
Well, you can just imagine we're way out in the desert. And, I'm telling you, dude, it just got my brother. He's probably too damn happy right now.
Oh, dude, I'd be livid. I'd be hunting people.
Well, we're going to do the knocks tomorrow, but you got to watch what you do in Texas, castle doctors and all. And so you got to handle everything with kid gloves. We're putting out the feelers with one of the neighbors that kind of knows everybody. And, just trying to get a rundown of what the hell's going on.
Can't blame you.
I mean, the dog runs loose. We don't take into consideration that he could have got into something he wasn't supposed to. Could have been on somebody's property. We don't know at this point.
You know what? No, we got a couple dogs that show up out here. I know the man that owns them, but they get loose every now and again. They come too. Now, it's normally okay because they don't come out here. They don't mess with the livestock. But my landlord was out here hunting one time, and he got a hold of the guy, and he told him, he says, hey, he says, you know what? It's deer season. He goes, and they're running through our property. He goes, now you need to get them under control or next time they'll die of lead poisoning. Now, I thought that was a little too harsh because, look, man, it's somebody's dog, man. They love that dog. And I wouldn't kill it because it might be frightening deer, but I would definitely get a hold of the man. I'd give it up one side and down the other to him, But
it's like I told my brother, if they got a collar on them, that's bull crap to shoot them,
Exactly.
Because that dog belongs to somebody.
Exactly.
If it's a wild dog, killing farm stock or attacking kids or something like that, I can understand that. But someone's pet, now, there's no way to it. And my God. But we got him in the kids, and they said that it's not good to give him painkillers the first night. But which I think makes sense because getting painkiller and had him up moving around when he shouldn't be moving around.
Yeah, you know what? And on the flip side, like, don't give him aspirin.
Yeah. So gave a shot of antibiotics, and they got him laying in under the shed, and the heater's on him. So
He'll be okay, though, right? He'll be all right, though, right?
yeah, he's tough. He's a German Shepherd, man. Hell, I mean, dude, like I told you, dude, he got hit by a Jeep once and literally got the crap knocked out of him. And I say knocked out of him, dude, there was a pile laying beside of him when he got hit by the Jeep when he was a pup.
Yeah.
My brother told him, said, look, he said, I'll tell you what, the pull through is, he said, I won't have your, I won't have you fixed. And the dog stood up like he just won the World Series. That's a true story, dude.
Yeah.
He said, I will not. He said, if you'll pull through this, and, it was like, come back to the light. We're not going to cut your testicles off. And he literally, dude, the whole group, everybody laughed about it. Everybody applauded him because everybody was there with John Jones. And so I said, that may be something to tell somebody on their deathbed. Either come
Hey, either you're going to get out of that bed and be okay, or we're coming in with the scalpel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll get him up pretty quick.
I can't even.
That email I sent you this morning, did you have a chance to look over anything?
You know what? I did not. Now I got a message from you on Facebook.
Yeah, I messaged you on Facebook, and I also sent you an email too.
I don't think I got it. I looked over all my emails.
Could have swore I sent you an email.
You may have. I've had others do the same, and I don't know where they go. But every now and then it will miss one. But I did send you a message back on Facebook.
Yeah, that's when I saw that this morning, it started a crap storm, and everybody was running with it. And then I posted, I said, look, guys, this stuff can be spooked. I said, yeah, there's an app you can download where you can fake this stuff. I said, you got to look at the situation, what's been going on the last couple of years. I said, you may want to take that into consideration. And dude, so as soon as I posted that, man, the troll storm started.
They normally do.
And I think they deleted my comment, and I kept getting dings on my phone forever, but couldn't pull it up because it was they were posting to a deleted comment, and so I had to turn the volume down on my phone. It was a nightmare, but I didn't know if you checked that out or not. I'm sure somebody else brought it up. You heard about it too.
No.
Well, good. Maybe they pulled it down. I checked them over.
Do you got anything on the no press conference today? Because I want to kind of wrap this up. I've been here for 4.5 hours, and you know what? I gotta pee.
All right, bro.
Well, no, man. Do you got any words on that?
No, man. I was going to just touch base with you on a few things, but
well, you can.
Under the circumstances, I better let you go do your thing, and I'll give you a call a little bit later.
Yeah, exactly, man. Give me a call later on tonight, man. I'll be around. Okay.
All right, man.
All right, man. You have a good evening.
And I'll talk at you later.
All right, peace, Devil Lance.
God, I can't even tell you what I'd do if somebody shot one of my dogs.
Yep, I'm on your level.
Yeah, but I'm meaner. I'm meaner.
If somebody shot Wolf, oh, God be to their side, because, man, the devils are coming at him. And his name is Michael J. Katt, and he means fucking business. Nobody better touch my dog, because that dog is my livelihood. He is everything to me. Everything.
Yep. I have 3 of them, and
I know.
That's exactly it.
And beautiful dogs too. I mean, you can see 2 of them up there in the little picture, but I did show them the full of that photo before you got on.
Oh, that's so cool. I
You're
mean,
welcome.
thank you. What those 2 were doing, though, let me tell you, it
wasn't anything rosy. I was hanging clothes up after I moved,
Yeah.
and they were in. I put my dresses in a bag, and I just take them out and hang them up because I leave the hangers on them. They were in that bag, messing all that up, and they got in trouble. There was a closet door in that picture that you photoshopped out, and I appreciate that. But those two were in a pile of clothes, just making a mess. And they had drug everything out of the bags, and I was in, I don't know, taking a bath, and I came out, and they just looked at me like, we don't know how that happened. It just
Yeah.
did, you
Yeah.
know?
That's
Like,
Puppy in a nutshell, man.
oh, yeah. And this was like 3 months ago, 4 months ago. And they've still got a lot of puppy in them. And
Well, Wolf's a puppy, and he's like, man, well, you know what? He'll be 15 in July.
yeah. And I bet he'll still chase a rabbit.
Oh, hell yeah, man. He'll chase a rabbit, a squirrel, man. Hell, he can chase everything but his own tail, and that's because he doesn't have one.
Oh,
No, not all. No, I mean, you know what? On the back, he ain't even got a bone tail. I mean,
really?
he's just got like a little nub right there, and when you feel it, it's like a little butt bone. I mean, he has no tail. It don't wag. It don't do anything. He's born like that. But rat terriers can be. They can have like no tail, a long tail, half a tail, a full tail. You know, it just goes like that with them. Oh, hey, 103 people liked my video,
All
and
right.
my popularity is waning. We're down to 68 people. It's about time for me to close this out, unless you got any final words, and I would like for you to tell everybody bye-bye.
I would like to say goodbye and thank you for having me. I
You
really
know what? It
appreciate
was
the
my pleasure.
opportunity. And Delphi, maintain, stay strong, be everything that you can be while this is happening. His day will come.
It is coming.
It is. It is. So with that, I'll say goodbye, Michael, and thank you.
Well, hold on a moment, if you don't mind, because I got to give my goodbye. I would like to thank all of my special guests, Miss Cavalier, Anthony Greeno, and Incognito Society. All three of you guys, man, very, a great special guest, and the show went as I wanted it to. All viewers and all mods, thank you guys so much, man. I love the fact that people watch my channel and that I got the greatest mods on earth. So if you guys have anything or any comments, tips, or the like, you can reach me via this email address right here. That would be mrcat420@gmail.com. Or you can call me at my home number, which is the call-in number, between the times of 10 a.m. Eastern Time and 12 midnight Eastern Time. Now, aside of that, man, everybody, man, thanks for being here, and I will catch you in my next video, which should be Tuesday, when my special guest will be Michael George Griffey, the writer of Lynch, the Emma Green story. You know what? I want everybody to watch that, man, because that's going to be a very special show. Thank you for being here, Ms. Cavalier, and I will probably talk to you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be listening Tuesday.
Wait, whoa, man. Did you not hear me say Anthony Greeno?
Me?
No, Alaska Blue says, thanks to Greeno too, can't leave him out. Of course I mentioned Greeno.
Yeah, you did. Sometimes we just don't hear it all.
I will talk to you guys probably this Tuesday. Peace, everybody.